very power-packed sessions. On behalf of Kerala Life Science Industries Park and the Bioconnect, I warmly welcome each one of you for this event. Please join for a productive and a very interactive session, have networking sessions. We hope that this, as yesterday, today also will be a very good session. So I'm not continuing in the session. So today we have a keynote session from Dr. Rajkesh Sirumalai, Professor T. Ramaswamy. We have sessions on medical industry, device industry ecosystem, vaccine and pharma industries. And parallelly, we are having a parallel startup pitch hosted, done in collaboration with the Kerala Startup Mission as well. So once again, I warmly welcome for today's event.
So good morning, everyone. I, Dr. Rabina,
Dr. Kamalika,
are delighted to be your co-MCs for today's scientific session. And we have an incredible lineup ahead today, including keynote speakers from eminent leaders, followed by different panel discussions on different topics, including healthcare, technology, and investment. So get ready for an engaging, thought-provoking experiences as we dive into today's exciting session.
Now it's my immense pleasure to invite our next keynote speaker, Dr. Rajkesh Sirumalai. Dr. Raj is presently working as a mission director at National Biopharma Mission, BIRAC, New Delhi. He received his M.Pharm from Jamia Hamdard and PhD from BITS Pilani. He has more than 28 years of experience as scientist, academician, and administrator. He worked with Indian and Japanese pharma companies focusing on drug discovery. He worked and led the team to identify 8 clinical drug candidates, of which 3 reached phase 2 clinical trials. Dr. Sirumalai's primary research focus has been respiratory disease and oncology. In addition, he has expertise working on rheumatoid arthritis, SLE, and multiple sclerosis. He worked with GSK in a collaborative project identifying 1 drug candidate reaching phase 2 clinical trial for COPD. He also identified novel biomarkers and QSP modeling for respiratory diseases. He has extensive expertise in herbal research and served as head of operation of a herbal-based company too. He has several peer-reviewed publications and 30 international patents to his credit. Welcome, Dr. Raj, on stage.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you had a good night's sleep after a very interesting session yesterday. So I hope I'm not going to put you back into sleep. So thank you, the organizers, especially Dr. Ramchand and Dr. Praveen, for inviting me. And it has been a very interesting time here. Wonderful people of Kerala. I had met so many amazing people. And I hope to carry this connect forward. And very aptly said, Bioconnect actually. This is so basically when Dr. Ramchand asked me what do I present, he said you present what you do in National Biopharma Mission. So I thought I'll present about that, but before that I would like to introduce National Biopharma Mission. This is a flagship mission of Department of Biotechnology, implemented by BIRAC, which is Biotechnology Industrial Research Assistant Council. So basically I work for BIRAC. So National Biopharma Mission, or it's also called Innovate in India for Inclusiveness. This is an important mission for the country. It's a unique model of long-term sustainability for the growth of India's biopharma industry. And basically the purpose was to accelerate the India's innovation in biopharma sector through strategic funding for development of novel products and set up infrastructure and foster partnerships across industry and academia and enhance healthcare accessibility and affordability. With the aim of creating leadership in biopharma for India in this world. And you would recognize that 5-6 years back, or maybe 10 years back, when we were discussing for the National Biopharma Mission, there was hardly any biopharma research going on in India. We were at a very nascent stage, and I am very happy to say that with the National Biopharma Mission, we have made many strides forward. Although I agree that the global market is too large, and we have not even dented an inch on that scale. We have a very long way to go. But still, we have made significant progress from where we started. So that's what we're going to look. But before that, I'll just share some of the interesting notes on biopharma. If you look at this interesting paper which shows the FDA approvals over the last 25 years, you can see that there is a steady increase. There is a steady increase in the number of biologicals that have been approved over the years, going up to 50% last year actually. And if you look at the approvals in just the 2023, you would see that about 34 were the small molecules, but where the rest were all the biologicals. If you have proteins like MABs, we have bispecific MABs, enzymes, fusion proteins, hormones. Then, of course, we have oligos like RNA aptamer, siRNA, then antisense. So basically, you can see that there is an enormous push across the world for biologicals, and that is also targeting a host of diseases. And if you look at the novel biopharma pipeline in the last 10 years, there has been a significant increase across the board, across all the sectors in biopharma. Although, if you look at the industry per se, which is developing biopharma, there has been a significant decrease in the last decade in the productivity, that is the success rates, and that is primarily because of complexities that it brings. Now the question is, how do you address these complexities and move forward? But before that, we need to also look at the fact that if you look at the top 10 companies worldwide, like for example, Johnson & Johnson has an annual turnover of about $60 billion, which is an enormous amount of money. And the interesting thing is that in the $60 billion, 20% is only one drug. And if you look at AbbVie, which is second in the list, about 30% of the turnover is just because of 2 drugs. And Merck, 50% is because of Keytruda, which is pembrolizumab, which is for the cancer. So basically what I'm trying to impress is that biologicals across the world have actually become too big. And actually considering the fact that they provide safer and more effective therapeutic options. And if you look at the top 10 drugs, which in terms of net present value, you see 8 of the top 10 drugs in the world are actually biologicals. So this is a huge impact that the biologicals have had. And this is like biologicals have been across all indications, both oncology, metabolic diseases, infectious diseases. So there is across the board enormous uptake of biologicals. If you look at just last year's and this year's sales, if you see Keytruda is close to $25 billion alone. And if you look at Mounjaro, which has doubled its the sales from $5 billion to $10 billion within a year. So this is the kind of reach that we have. And if you look at some of the biological targets that people are working on, you see for like B lymphocyte antigen, more than 450 drug products are in pipeline, which is indicative of how much rush that people have for biologicals. And if you look at the sales as well, over the years, like initially in the 10 years back, you would say that bulk of the pharma industry was for the small molecules. But if now the biologicals have overtaken the small molecules, and if the difference is only going to widen, and in 5 years' time, it will be almost like $263 billion difference between the small molecules and biologicals. And this is mainly driven by some of these important segments, like now the new upcoming one is cell and gene therapy. Then anti-obesity drugs have taken a large part of this pie. Then genomics like mRNA vaccines and mRNA therapeutics, immuno-oncology drugs, precision medicines, biosimilars, and also new, another interesting thing that is coming up is microbiome-based drugs. So if you look at CGT, or the cell and gene therapy, right now the proportion of cell and gene therapy across the world is very small. But if you look at the CAGR in the next 5-6 years, it's going to grow by 45%, which is enormous growth across all sectors in the biopharma industry. And even in India, I would share some of my slides. We are supporting the cell and gene therapy initiative. The important thing about cell therapy is that you not only contain the disease, but you can actually cure the disease. I think people are not able to realize that some people, one of the first recipient of cell therapy, Emily Watson, she was a child who had a final terminal stage leukemia. But after 10 years, she's completely recovered from the disease because of the cell and gene therapy. Now, in India also, just 2 months back, the first cell therapy, CAR T cell therapy, was inaugurated by the president just 2 months back. And we are also part of that journey. We are funding them further to increase the scope of cell therapy. Now, there are several other indications that are also coming up for cell therapy, in addition to the oncology, where we have metabolic diseases, CNS, and including things like lupus, which is one of the most difficult diseases to manage, where you have antibodies against your own DNA, RNA. About 18 clinical trials are currently running for CGT, cell therapy, for lupus alone. So I think you can imagine the kind of uptake cell therapy has taken. And similarly, again, anti-obesity has become a big industry, and some of the drugs are like multi-billion-dollar and driving up the sales of the pharma company, and they are like crazy. If you see, there are so many drugs in the pipeline, more than 100 of them in clinical development alone. These are mainly GLP-1 receptor agonists, and they are now combining the other related targets, and they are targeting dual targets. You can imagine the amount of the market that has been created by these anti-obesity drugs, and it is expected to be around $125 billion by 2033. A huge interest. And the thing, what I want to bring about is like not just the biologicals, but if some of these traditional medicines, since there is so much of demand, the Kerala has so many experts in herbal and other medicines. If you can come up with anti-obesity things, I can assure you there will be huge uptake across the world for such therapies if done very scientifically. Then another interesting thing that has taken over the whole biopharma field is AI. And if you can see that from drug discovery all the way up to end user, every step of the way, from manufacturing, supply chains, every step of the way is completely revolutionized by AI and its applications. And another interesting thing that is sweeping the biopharma sector is RNA-based therapies. Although I think the RNA-based therapies gained a lot of traction during the COVID when the first RNA-based vaccines were approved. But you can imagine, like I've deliberately put this slide to show that actually the work on RNA-based therapy, especially for oncology, started way back in 1990s. And after COVID, I think there is sudden increase in the a number of therapies for RNA-based therapies as well. And RNA therapy has not just the vaccines, there are several options that are possible. mRNA therapeutics, vaccines, antisense RNA, RNAis, siRNAs and microRNAs, then aptamers. So if you look at the current therapies, although there are no currently approved therapies for RNAs other than the vaccines, but till date, 6 siRNA-based therapies have already been approved, and 2 aptamers are approved in the West. So again, there is a lot of uptake, and so therefore, you can see here, like after 2020, there is sudden increase in the vaccines for oncology again. That's another interesting feature. Although you can see similarly with concurrent decrease in the RNA vaccines for infectious diseases. So, and this is another very interesting thing that some of the Indian companies are working, which is the antibody drug conjugates, and there is a huge potential for this as well. And again, the Indian biopharma industry is hugely dependent on biosimilars. And again, biosimilars, which are currently about $21 billion worldwide, are expected to go beyond $60 billion in the next 5 years, which is going to be a 3x jump. About $192 billion drugs, worth of drugs are going to go off patent. So there is a huge potential even in the biopharma. And as I said, microbiome is another very interesting chapter where a lot of drugs, as you can see, initially the microbiomes which were approved were mainly for infectious diseases like C. difficile, but now you can see a whole host of diseases which are targeted, and you can see a whole range of indications for that as well. Now, with this background, although it's a huge landscape as I just showcased, there was a need for India to make its mark in this enormous and very important sector of biopharma. With this objective, the National Biopharma Mission was set up, and the government wanted to fund development of products for public health, which includes vaccines, biosimilars, biotherapeutics, medical devices, diagnostics, etc., and also prepare India's technology and product development capabilities to international level, and establish and strengthening facilities for both screening as well as for manufacturing, and development of human capital. And like yesterday, I was hearing that there's a very good education system here in Kerala, and I can see a lot of people from here joining a good number of pharma companies and biopharma companies. But I think one of the big problems, because I myself was in pharma industry for more than 25 years, so what I also realized that the education system that we have and the kind of need that we have in the industry for especially the biopharma industry, there is a huge gap. And therefore, I think another aspect of the National Biopharma Mission is to bridge that gap, improve the skill capital of the country, and then also the last and one of the very interesting aspects of the National Biopharma Mission has been to create an ecosystem of technology transfer professionals and technology transfer offices. And interestingly, we have one technology transfer office which we have set up here in Sri Chitra in Trivandrum, and that is also doing really well. And so basically, the whole ecosystem we have tried to touch through this National Biopharma Mission. And if you look at, we have around 215 grantees, which are both public as well as in private sector. And there's the whole spread across the country. So interestingly, not only, being a part of BIORAC, which is the funding agency, we have not just focused ourselves to just the funding part of it, but in fact, we have gone beyond, did a lot of other things like scientific mentorship, holistic project reviews, and mentoring of the PIs with both domestic as well as international experts. We have also provided consultancy in terms of environment because of the SDG goals that we have to do. We have provided consultancies with respect to clinical trials, regulatory affairs, And also in many cases, we have helped them with technology transfers. And we have also helped them set up the collaborative network, and we have set up several consortia of both industry and academia to drive some of the biopharma product development. And also, lastly, we have engaged the industry in a big way so that the whole biopharma industry can have a growth. Now, if you look at the components of National Biopharma Mission, there are two basic components. One is product development, where we have focused mainly on vaccines, biotherapeutics, and medical devices and diagnostics, whereas the other part was ecosystem strengthening. Here, we have done a lot of things. Now, from shared facilities for biotherapeutic screenings, manufacturing, to clinical trial networks, to technology transfer offices, and we have also created consortiums and several other aspects which I'll be covering. So basically, there are two fundamental things. As I said, product development support, which is for vaccines. We have supported a whole range of vaccines, and when the COVID came, since the mission was already there, we were readily able to support COVID-19 vaccine development. Two of the vaccines that we supported actually came into the market. And then we are supporting development of vaccines for dengue, chikungunya, HIV, cholera, influenza, and pneumococcal diseases. So, and in biotherapeutics, we are supporting development of biosimilars for diabetes, rheumatoid arthritis, AMD, and even COVID-19, we had supported development of therapeutics and cancer treatments as well. And one of the important cancer treatments that we are supporting is the new age therapeutics such as CAR-T. And also we have supported development of, one of the important things of developing a biosimilar is development of the clones, which is the toughest part. And a lot of Indian manufacturers, what they have done is they have just got the license from some of the international players for the cell lines, and then they just developed those into acceptable products. Now, it's also important to support the clone development for the biosimilars that we have done. We have also supported novel biotherapeutic platforms for continuous manufacturing and other things. And also, we have supported medical devices, which is another major area of biopharma sector. And here we can see we have supported 21 diseases. And we have supported 42 novel products, 19 were already commercialized, and we have helped indigenize about 49 products, and 11 products are advanced stages of development. And if you look at the vaccine portfolio, we have supported enteric diseases, respiratory diseases, vector-borne diseases, and pneumococcal diseases. If you look at COVID, we have supported Zycovid, Carbovax. And in the pneumococcal diseases, we have supported complete development of, from phase 1 to phase 3, the entire development of pneumococcal vaccine, which is 15-valent pneumococcal vaccine, which is better than the currently available pneumococcal vaccine in the country. We are also supporting chikungunya vaccine, which is currently in phase 2 and 3. And we are supporting dengue vaccine, which is just moving to phase 2. HIV, which is already in the late stage, phase 2-3 stage of development. And also we have supported flu vaccine, which is currently going into phase 1 trials. If you look at biotherapeutics, we had a large portfolio which was supported, including 8 biosimilars, novel cell lines, CAR-T therapies. And one of the very interesting one of the very interesting thing that we have supported was the development of liraglutide, which is the same as GLP-1 agonist that we saw, which has a huge potential. The first biosimilar we have developed in India. And interestingly, I would like to share with you all that this biosimilar that we supported now is in the market, which is with the name Lirafit, is 65% cheaper than the original molecule, which is Victoza. So basically, that has made a significant affordability and accessibility possible in India. And then we are also supporting Epribursad biosimilar, and there are several other biosimilars that are in different stages of development that we are supporting. And one of the interesting things about the biotherapeutics is that we are supporting CAR T therapy. And the important thing is, in the West, the CAR T therapy costs about $500,000, which is enormous. And for most people in India, it is unaffordable. Like $500,000 is 4.5 crores. But but in India, this is available at just about 25 lakhs. So this is an enormous, affordability and accessibility that we have been able to achieve. And in medical devices, we have supported 29 programs. And one of the interesting things is India's first MRI we have supported developing in-house in India. And interestingly, as you know, in India, there is a very poor uptake of these modern analytical techniques in the rural areas. Now we are supporting the same company to develop the MRI machine, which can be which can be put on a mobile platform and can go into the rural areas and areas where there are no MRI machines, to help them have a better prognosis. And also we have supported several other devices like endoscopes, which are now being already marketed. Some of them already marketed, and some of them are getting close to approval. So again, that is also indigenizing a lot of medical devices in India. We have supported a lot of COVID diagnostic kits. About 9 of them were launched during COVID. So overall, 12 vaccines for dengue, influenza, HIV, pneumococcal, chikungunya, cholera, and COVID-19 were supported. That increased the number of novel products. Then we have decreased the cost of products. As I explained, the 65% decrease in the cost. Then we have increased access to products in the Indian market, like the 15-valent pneumococcal vaccine, influenza vaccine, and so on. In addition, the ecosystem, there has been enormous support for the ecosystem. The state-of-art facilities have been created, like 22 facilities we have created, and already 51 crore revenue has been generated. 7,000 people have been trained. 46 clinical trial networks have been set up, where more than 100 clinical trials have happened. And if you look at the infrastructure, we have tried to support the entire value chain of the biopharma drug development at every stage. And like, for example, we have supported infrastructure for vaccine development, where we have set up GCLP certified facilities for conducting immunogenicity assessment of vaccine candidates. So some of the vaccine candidates like the chikungunya, the dengue, all are being tested here. And this has been one of the most successful effort, because in the COVID pandemic, most of the vaccines, their immunogenicity was tested in these facilities. We have set up biotherapeutic manufacturing facilities like the Shilpa Biologicals, and also we are setting CAR T cell manufacturing facilities with Intas. We have set up several facilities like the CAPS, the GLP compliant laboratory in IICT and CAB. These are some of the facilities for characterizing biotherapeutics. Then, sorry for this little hazy. But this, we have set up several device prototyping facilities, one in CCAM, then one in Marathwada MedTech facility, then Yenapoya University, IIT Kanpur. We have kit manufacturing facility in AMTZ, which crores of kits for COVID were manufactured in this facility, which was set up by National Biopharma Mission. And we have also set up a large animal testing facility for medical devices. And if you look at clinical trial networks, we have a hospital-based network for rheumatology, ophthalmology, oncology, and diabetology, and another one for oncology, which is with JIPMER as main PI. Then we have another network called Driven Network, which is the DBT's resource for Indian Vaccine Epidemiology Network. This is a field site mainly for screening the vaccine candidates. Sorry. And they have huge impact, the clinical trial. So basically we have collected huge, more than 800,000 healthy population data we have for any vaccine testing. All the data that we have collected are geotagged and can be accessed through a software. And we have database platforms to support all this. And we have a network of 46 sites. We have also set up technology transfer offices in India, which is 7 in number, as I said, and we have built the capacity for technology transfer. So overall, if you see, we have supported 22 facilities. Over 500 clients have been serviced through these 22 facilities. 2 clinical trials networks, one the hospital-based, one is the field sites. And we have also set up several consortiums, which I didn't talk about, which are doing exceptionally good in terms of setting up, like vaccine, if you want to develop, say, suppose chikungunya or for dengue, most of the assays that we have were earlier in the Western countries, and they usually tested against strains which were prevalent in the Western countries. Now, through some of these consortiums, we have been able to set up India-specific strains in the development of vaccines. And another important thing we have done is, again, as I said, skill development. About 7,000 people have been trained by the program, and about 50% of them are women. So overall, there has been a multi-layered impact created by the mission, both in terms of product development and ecosystem development. Skill development as well as technology transfer offices have been set up across the country to establish a unique, low-cost, novel product development model in India, strengthening biopharma sector in the country, and increase global biopharma access for our companies, and address the disease needs in India. And this is the basic snapshot that we have, some of the key products that we have supported. Thank you.
That was truly an insightful presentation on National Biopharma Mission. I extend our sincere gratitude to Dr. Rajshekar Shirumala. So may I now request Mr. C. Padmakumar, Director, CLIP and Special Officer, KMTC, to please come on the stage and present a memento to Dr. Rajshekar Shirumala as a token of our appreciation. Thank you, sir.
Moving on to our next keynote speaker, I'm honored to introduce Professor T. Ramasamy. Dr. Ramasamy is a celebrated luminary in Indian science whose visionary leadership as the former Secretary of the Department of Science and Technology from 2006 to 2014 has profoundly transformed the landscape of research and innovations in India. He championed initiatives like INSPIRE and the Science and Technology and Innovation Policy, significantly enhancing public investments in R&D and fostering a vibrant scientific community. As director of the Central Weather Research Institute, he introduced groundbreaking Do Ecology solutions, saving 250,000 jobs following the Supreme Court's closure of tanneries in Tamil Nadu. Dr. Ramasamy's impressive portfolio includes over 237 publications and 48 patents. He has received more than 65 prestigious awards, including the Padma Shri and the Padma Bhushan. His remarkable contributions to science and technology continue to inspire future generations. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. T. Ramasamy on stage.
Very, very good morning to all of you. I thank my friend Dr. Ramchand and Dr. Praveen for giving an opportunity to be here and also listen to the presentation from my previous speaker, Tirumala. You see, I was a witness to the formation of BIRAC and how it developed. And that was a phase in which you do things. I'm in a phase in which I appreciate, at the moment, I'm in a phase in which I appreciate things that people do. I'm very grateful to Raj Ban, who thought about BIRAC. And I'm very happy to see what's coming out of this whole process. Of course, when I was in the Department of Science and Technology as secretary, general perception among scientists, DSC was an ATM for science. Essentially, it's a money-giving device. The ATM doesn't know how we spend the money. It'll spill the money and keep quiet. And the DSC was one such agency, gave money, never asked what happened. Now I see BIRAC talks about giving money and then find out what happens. So essentially a mission involves the process, and having been a nursery keeper all the time, I cannot speak the way my friend, predecessor Dr. Shrimla spoke, because he is doing things, so I can share with you what he has done. So I'm in a phase in which I will look at the mural of Indian biopharma industry, and not just biopharma, look at it in the innovation itself, the innovation to industry in biosector, and I will try and capture my thought processes in a generic space, not specific to the mission that my friend talked about earlier. This is where we talk about innovation to industry. But I really look at the difference between innovation in industry and to industry. There's a big difference in this. When you talk about innovation in industry, what it means is truly innovation is an idea. An idea input to innovation chain. Innovation is nothing but a first gainful application of an idea or a concept. It's a gainful application. It need not be original, but it has to be gainful application. Innovation in an industrial environment really takes place in a demand-driven space, because the industry finds innovation to take place in terms of demand-driven space, and so the mindset itself is demand-driven. And of course, potential risks of failures of innovation are partly covered, because you are taking the risk before you start innovating. This innovation to industry is slightly different. It implies that innovation takes place outside the system. It could be a supply side development priority, not the demand side. And without really the benefit of the demand side knowledge. When you talk about clinical phase sort of research, people actually work in the clinical space and they see the problem daily, looking for the demand side knowledge is known. People like me who did all this in my early part of research, how the electron shifts from one orbital to another. The electron knew how to shift, and nobody wants to know how it shifts other than me. Therefore, that's a idea-based. Concept-based systems are different. So the communication between the innovator and the inventor needs to be open and effective. When you talk about innovation to industry, the investor and the inventor has to work in the common space, and there has to be very open communication. There are two models exist for innovation supplied to industry from external sources. My friend talked about technology transfer model, which is one, I call it transaction model. But I give an alternative called relationship model. A technology transaction is a buyer and seller and giver and taker. And most of the time the Indian mindset, Indians are extremely difficult buyers, very difficult to sell. And the innovation space is even more difficult. Therefore, you look at an alternate process called a relationship model. Let me try and see what I mean. And the difference is, when I worked on, I was a chemical kind of guy. So when we work on chemical and other engineering sectors, the risks or failures or consequences are only limited to the business enterprise. The business may fail if the innovation is not suitable. When you work in the innovation biosector, the risk is not just only the innovation, economic enterprise. It is not just an economic overtone, it's all the consequence of the user community. Therefore, there is another bigger overtone of what we call a regulatory framework. And the regulatory framework becomes sometimes people in biosector believe is really a block. In fact, one of my own friends who worked, Krishna Ila was talking about the regulatory framework in this country being a roadblock. And he talked about roadblock, then we have to think of the rest. There was this question of, when you talk about this, there are several layers of risk assessment, minimization, mitigation, and a whole host of them. And one of the weaknesses in this country, we don't have good regulatory science. Regulation science itself is quite weak, and that's something I would like to emphasize today in Kerala, because I think India needs a certain part of the regulation science activities here. So there's a time to market for innovations in biosector is not only long, but also cumbersome. But having said this, the challenge provides an opportunity. Every challenge can be seen as an opportunity as well. And innovations in biosector also comes with what we call a high entry barrier. Not just entry barrier with respect to money, entry barrier with respect to the regulatory mechanisms. And therefore, there is innovative enterprises have to deal with the two challenges, not just finance alone. And that's why, you see, I'm a policies professional, and there are three policy paradigms in science. There used to be in 50s and 80s, people talk about social contract metaphor. Then 80 to 2000, people talked about triple helix as a science policy paradigm. And what is the triple helix? In the triple helix is very well known to many biologists, and Ramchandran knows about triple helix history quite well. And in the triple helix, the government, industry, and research work together. Sometimes people put academia. I don't put academia. I put research work together in this particular case. And it so happened, this Bioconnect in Kerala, you're deliberately using the word Kerala here. Bioconnect, I didn't say Bioconnect in Kerala. The state participates as a major stakeholder in the event. This is a fairly important point to make. The leaders and champions of innovations are truly drivers of innovation engine. And the research system in the country and the state is alive to this innovation pull showcased in this Bioconnect. It is actually, Bioconnect is actually a showcase process. And they're talking about innovation pull. I think when we were doing research, we were actually pushing the innovation. Unless you create the pull, that push will get resistance. And I'm very happy for the younger generation engaged in research, because we were trying to technocratic push in our research, but now there's a demand for this process. See, in biology, I'm a basic scientist. I worry about science in a different way. The triple helix derives, the first triple helix was known skin, which is a structure was solved in Chennai. Derives its stability not only from the alpha helix, but also from non-bordered interactions and elimination of steric hindrances. And in science, we talk about steric hindrance. In this context, regulatory framework is also a steric hindrance. And this is that we built into these mechanisms. So we understand triple helix, we have to understand the way biology operates, and we have plenty of lessons to learn from the stability of triple helix in the context of developing a bioeconomy in this country. So Bioconnect symbolizes all those elements, and I think what could we do to Bioconnect in the new bioeconomy? That's something that I like to share a few minutes with. And today, see, there were 20 years ago, if you don't use the word nano, then you are out of fashion. You call yourself Nano Ramasamy, then people look at you. Tirumalacha Ramasamy, nobody bothered. Now we need to really add the word bioeconomy. The nano has been replaced by the buzzword is bioeconomy. And let me ask, what does it offer to India and Kerala? And I deliberately put the wisdom behind bioeconomy. Because the knowledge is easy to get. Wisdom is a culture dependent. And there's a very important part of the wisdom part of this process. When you're looking at it in terms of the long-term sustainable development, the technocratic push, post-industrial revolution, created this climate change. Because we did a lot of technological change, business and all that, and we overlooked the consequences on the environment and so on. Therefore, mere knowledge is not adequate. You have to look at sustainability, the wisdom to use the right technology is even more important. And that's where the space for bioeconomy comes into this place. And I will not go too much into the details of this because I can spend enormous amount of length of time on that one diagram. But I think when you look at this three-part approach to assess economic engines, agriculture, manufacturing, and services, agroeconomy in this country makes only 15% share of the total economic GDP. And service economy is 54%, but 54% is benefiting 18% of the people, and 15% having to create a livelihood of 49 to 50% of the people. Therefore, we need to find out how do we have when you talk about the economic development with a distribution across the world, population, you need to look at the three search engines, the economic engines, agriculture, manufacturing, and services. How do we empower the sectors which have large number of people? And that happens to be agriculture. And the food crops, the industrial crops, you look at them. And that component today, in my opinion, requires a very strong inputs of bioeconomy. Because you do that, you're talking about reaching a largest benefit of the process. Of course, there are, now we have to add AI to everything. God gave us native intelligence, but we have moved into the artificial intelligence. I would like to present this in augmented intelligence. And augmented intelligence can serve all the three sectors. And those are issues that become relevant in the context in which you are looking at. Looking at this conventional economic process, on how we differentiate modern bioeconomy, you see it may emerge from cultural practice. Agriculture in this country wasn't technology practice, it's a cultural practice. Natural cotton, people knew how to grow natural cotton and various varieties through a cultural system itself. Now today when you talk about modern bioeconomic process emanated from modern research process, BT cotton is a bioeconomic product. Natural cotton is not. Which could have, of course, in the bioeconomic process originated from a traditional wisdom, it may have even preceded modern science. Now today, intellectual property regime, the regulation laws and products of applications, those are components of what we call bioeconomy. We differentiate agriculture, modern practice of agriculture from bioeconomy, although agriculture is biological. I mean, you can't take away biology from agriculture. In the conventional economic processes, we may not have assessed the climate consequences and sustainability implications, and today it is possible to look at the bioeconomy, not only assess the bioeconomic implications, the sustainability implications, but even change towards that process. We can select, and that's what the wisdom that associated with this coming in process. If you look at this outside the Indian economy, this is actually Department of Biotechnology information, and it was a little dated. And one good thing is they are looking at the workforce. My friend talked about skill force, and I would like to differentiate between skill, expertise, professionalism, and knowledge. Whereas skill is only, it'll give you immediate effect, but the revenue sustainability, everything is quick, but long-term sustainability requires knowledge. So you need to build a knowledge base while the skill force is important, and then you look at the number of companies, number of force the DBT has set up, and the shape of the Indian bioeconomy. The numbers are presented, and you can see those numbers yourself. And I will not go too much into the mechanisms. And the most important point I point out here, especially after the talk by my previous speaker, the largest share is biopharma, and we're talking about the share in biopharma. And it is what is today. At the scope, it enjoys scope and opportunity to be the next game changer, not game changed. That's a spelling mistake in the economic rise of India. And therefore, the role of the bioeconomy is quite. The current portfolio includes biomedical devices and products, vaccine therapeutics, GMPs, biofuels, energy materials, and the fossil fuel has to be replaced, and we are issues of that kind. Enzymes and other industrial products, biochemical products like biofertilizers, biopesticides, and so on. And today, the product share of the economy is presented, and for some reason, reasons well known to all of you, the diagnostic devices seem a larger share, and the roadblocks are a little less there, and the regulatory systems are a little less complicated. So, bioeconomy, the change in Indian context, it is estimated now at $150 billion. It is slated to grow higher than 15% in the next 10 years. The next, if it is 15% per annum in the next 10 years, we will be healthy. And this is I hope it's not just a desire, but it's not a wish, but it's a plan. And bioeconomy and biotech revolution are considered the next game changers in the economic rise of this country. India now talks about having reached a developed state, developed economy by 2047, and that means your per capita GDP has to be at minimum $12,000 to $18,000 kind of stuff. You are at $2,800 today, and you want to go to $12,000. Yeah, all you have to project the numbers. You have to grow 10% GDP growth for next 23 years across. That's the numbers you need to do. And if that had to happen, then it is a non-linear change in terms of an exponential process. And what they talk about, they are not talking about biotech input, biotech revolution. There was an industrial revolution before, many years ago, and they are looking at a biotech revolution because nature used truly conventional method of traditional conventional growth. But the man wants to have everything think very quickly, and from an evolution, biotech evolution, they want the biotech revolution. That's the kind of a company we have. Government of India has recently approved the proposal to schemes of empowering the bioeconomy of India. I think Bioconnect, let me say, I'm talking about, I did not put 2.0 because I don't know bioeconomy, you sometimes call it 3.0, 4.0, because 0.0 becomes, number agrees very quickly, so I did not put a number there. The Bioconnect, as a process, sets the stage for the state of Kerala to mount a state-specific thrust in bioeconomy. I want to make it state-specific thrust. Ayurveda and herbal medicine offer new opportunities for the state for creating very unique space in the arena of bioeconomic thrust of the country, not just the state at that point of time. And designing an innovation ecosystem for the biosector, I think, you see, this single-strand RNA, we call it DNA, COVID, it taught the world something. We have to thank DNA, COVID for what it taught to the humanity. Single strand, it shook the whole world, whole humanity, which I thought they were great people. So it shook the world, and it really also showed the power of the pharmaceutical vaccine supply from this country. And that was important. And the healthcare costs are soaring high, even high-income countries. The United States, with a $28 trillion economy, with 18% is the healthcare cost, which is larger than the GDP of India. Therefore, you need to understand that it's not good enough that you have a healthcare system, but it's important enough it has quality care at affordable levels. And affordable healthcare is a good issue. So, really, the question of it is in bad need of affordable healthcare provisions. So, truly, could India and particularly the state of Kerala become a preferred destination for affordable healthcare for innovations? Innovations in diagnostics, because there are, you saw that already growth profiles are high. Drug discovery, drug manufacture, vaccine development, manufacture, all potential candidates. Diagnosis less challenged by regulatory systems. India is bad in need of establishing a center for regulation science. I believe the regulation science in this country is extremely weak. And if you are going to have this kind of a regulatory science, regulation science requires a scientific input into the mechanism. It's not really, truly a bureaucratic decision. And that inputs are important, and therefore, and also regenerative medicine, we require something very important. So the next message to this House, who are assembled here, could the development of Kerala BioVision 2030 be developed and the roadmap for taking lead in regulation science and or, I'm using both, and or, and a center for regenerative medicine. Today, this was a transplant and all that, you have to take an organ out of somebody and put it in somebody else. You can make the life of one person deficient to save others. The question here is, can I have a regenerative process where I can do a 3D printing of an organ in outside the system? Therefore, those are issues which I believe Kerala could take a lead. At that point, I say thank you very much for protected Bioconnect system, and I see this is time up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Ramasamy, for that insightful keynote address on Indian bioeconomy. So, may I request Sri Harishankar R, Executive Director, KSIDC, to please come on stage and bestow a memento to Professor Ramasamy as a token of our appreciation and respect for his remarkable contribution.
These insightful keynote addresses have set the platform for our next session. So we'll be moving to the panel discussion, focusing on enhancing the medical devices industry ecosystem. So in case you want to have a coffee, you can go grab your coffee and come back, please. Anyway, we will be continuing with our panel discussion. So it is on the enhancing the medical device industry ecosystem. And we have a distinguished panel of experts who will delve into the critical topic, exploring challenges and opportunities within the industry. We encourage everyone to engage actively in this session as your insights and questions are invaluable.
So without any further ado, I would like to invite our esteemed panelists to join us on stage. Our panelists are Dr. Usha Tekedatha, Program Director, UCSF Surgical Innovations and UCSF Stanford Pediatric Device Consortium, USA. Sri Santosh Kumar, Chief Executive and Whole-Time Director, Harrison's Malayalam Limited. Sri Thomas John, Managing Director at Agape Diagnostics Limited. And Sri Piyush Varghese, COO, Winwish Technologies and Private Limited. To moderate this session, we have Mr. C. Padmakumar, Director, CLIP and Special Officer, Kerala Medical Technology Consortium. Please welcome our panelists and moderators to come on the stage.
Significantly contributing to establishing the company as a leader in the blood bag manufacturing industry with products sold over 85 countries. Currently, he is the Special Officer for the KMTC and holds directorship at Kerala Life Sciences Parks Private Limited and Podosan Trading Private Limited. Mr. Padmakumar has also held several prestigious positions, including Chairman of CII Trivandrum Zone and President of Trivandrum Management Association. His extensive experience and commitment to advancing the medical technology sector make him an ideal candidate for today's moderation on enhancing the medical device industry ecosystem. We are privileged to have you, sir, as our moderator for today's discussion. Now may I just give it to you. Thank you.
Thank you for that introduction. Good morning, everyone. So I think we'll get through the quick introduction, which unfortunately most of us look like they will miss, because obviously coffee is more important than knowledge. I mean, coffee comes before knowledge, I guess. I'd like to first and foremost welcome everybody in the audience. And I think this audience is a very interesting mix. So we have researchers, we have scientists, we have engineers, we have investors, business people, students, startups, people with money, financials. And this is not by accident. This was actually done very deliberately by the organizers, recognizing the fact that the medical device industry needs all of these players to come together, which is why this much abused term, ecosystem, is for once used correctly. The medical device industry cannot survive without an ecosystem. I'd like to just take a couple of minutes to set the context before I introduce our distinguished panel, and you will have the benefit of hearing from them. So, I thought the key points we should consider is, one, we know that India has actually got tremendous skills, assets. We have significant accomplishments to our credit, specifically in the technology field. We have sent spacecraft to Mars, to the dark side of the moon. Very few countries are capable of doing such things. But very surprisingly, in the medical device sphere, India is a pygmy. So we have the technology, we have the research infrastructure, we have the skilled people. In fact, currently we export most of them, both the state of Kerala and India exports its best people across the globe, and they are peopling and staffing all the big corporations. So I think we need to understand why this is so. This is not the, this panel discussion is not going to go into that. We are going to look at how do we enhance and improve the medical device ecosystem. Personally, I feel there are a couple of important reasons why we are in this very dismal position today, in spite of our obvious advantages. Number one is the fact that we did not have regulation till 2017 for medical devices, believe it or not. I think uniquely among all countries in the world, we didn't have regulation. Thankfully, the government has introduced regulation on paper. So I think Dr. Ramasamy quite correctly mentioned about the weakness of the regulatory system. But I think it's a matter of time. The system will have to be enhanced, capabilities will have to be built up. And I think in another 5 to 10 years, we will have a good, sound regulatory system, which is absolutely necessary. Second cause that I see for our dismal position is, for some reason, the medical device industry has actually been flying below the radar. It has escaped the attention of everybody, of governments, of business, of the media. So I hope that this session will go a small way to try and correct that and put the spotlight onto what we believe is an industry which has significant potential for the country. On the bright side, we have some very positive factors which will help the growth of the industry. The country is obviously developing, incomes are increasing, there is an increasing demand for healthcare, and consequently medical devices of international standards. And most important, we have a very large talent pool of scientists, engineers, doctors, researchers, and business professionals. So, when we look at this scenario, I'd like to now quickly introduce our distinguished panel. And I think the mix is also just right for the purpose of our discussion. We have Dr. Usha Tekedath from California. She is a medical doctor, an entrepreneur, and a researcher who has vast experience in the most successful medical device ecosystem in the world. We have Mr. Thomas John, Managing Director of Agape Diagnostics Limited, the fastest growing diagnostics company in India and currently number 2 in the industry. Mr. Santosh Kumar, Chief Executive and Whole-Time Director of Harrison's Malayalam Limited, 150-year-old agri-business which is the leader in South India, and they are currently getting into medical devices. And Mr. Payas Varghese, who is the Chief Operating Officer of Winwish Technologies, which is a leading product development company in the field of optoelectronics, and which is located in the US and in Trivandrum. So I'm going to start by asking the panel a question which is actually directed to each one in the panel. I'll start with Dr. Usha. I did mention just now, Dr. Usha, that India is a marginal player. We do not have much of a global presence in the medical device industry. Given this fact, do you think it is reasonable for us to aim to be a global player?
Hello, good morning everyone, and a big thank you to all the organizers of Bioconnect to giving us this platform for deliberations and sharing our experiences, challenges we faced, best practices, and also success stories. And thank you to my coordinator and fellow panelists for joining this discussion. So, coming to your question, I am really hopeful and optimistic. That is exactly why we proposed the KMTC and how to enhance this through the KMTC. And of course, this cannot happen overnight. It has to be done through a very good planning, actions, and also in a phased manner. And some of the strengths that the Kerala can offer, is, as you mentioned already, is the skilled or educated manpower, as well as the very good hospital system and healthcare delivery system. The physicians are very much knowledgeable or acceptable of accepting the advanced technology. I am a physician trained in Kerala, so maybe I am biased how good the physicians here are. And the patients also are very demanding and acceptable of advanced technology. So all these should encourage industry to look at setting shop here. So when we were planning developing the DPR or the detailed project report for the KMTC, our core team, led by my husband, Dr. Ramchandran, and Dr. K.M. Abraham, former Chief Secretary and current Chairman of KDISC and KIFP, and Mr. Jijo Joseph, former CEO of Smart City and InfoPark, and myself. We try to bring in our collective wisdom and knowledge as well as our experiences. And we also talk to many stakeholders from relevant areas in the medical technology field. So we discussed about this and the project and our ideas. And many were skeptical. Understandably very skeptical, and they said this is a great initiative, good program, but in Kerala, will it happen? So we have to convince them that it's not, we are not trying to do it overnight. We have to create the necessary resources, supporting system, step by step, and we can do it together. And some of the big biotech companies we talked to, including Medtronic, Boston Scientific, Johnson & Johnson, they were all positive in that they won't set up anything right now, but they will consider it in the coming years once we have the necessary supporting system and an ecosystem here. They are willing to consider Kerala as their destination for some of their activities, R&D, manufacturing and all. So then another strength Kerala can offer is the research institutions like SCTI, MST, which is a pioneer in the medical technology development and has provided or done some meaningful contribution to this world over the years. Unfortunately, that has not translated to the rest of the state, and and also good higher education and research universities and institutions like now the new IIT Palakkad, Cochin University, then the Cochin Cancer Research Institute, which was set up with an idea to emulate MD Anderson Cancer Center in USA to do provide not only the advanced clinical care, but the research and product development in the area of cancer. So,
Thank you, Dr. Usha. So my understanding is you think that there are significant advantages. We have the skills, we have the people, the research infrastructure. Santosh, I'd like to come to you now, and Harrison's Malayalam is a very new entrant to the medical device industry. So with that perspective, why have you, actually looked at it, and what do you think, is this a realistic ambition for us with our current very low position in the global rankings? Can we realistically aim at being a global player?
Thank you, sir. First of all, when you look at the international rankings for India itself, we are far behind. So when you look at it, far behind means what? It means there's a lot of potential for us to develop. The healthcare industry, the medical technology industry is going to be around 600 billion by the year 2026. There is a huge expansion taking place. Now coming to Kerala, like Madam, she pointed out is that what we require is an ecosystem. See, it is not a question of having a group of industries. It has got to have a system of, research institutions, the skilled manpower, the technology, institutes, raw material suppliers. It is a complete ecosystem. And if you look at the states around the country, Kerala is very uniquely poised to have such a unique ecosystem. It has got the good trained manpower, capable people, intellectual capacities are existing here. We have raw materials. We have everything. It is a question of putting it together. And I feel for a state like Kerala, where heavy industries cannot come in, medical technology devices are basically done at a small level. It can be MSME, SME level. It is much, much more seen everywhere. So now the question of why did we come to Kerala to this industry? As sir has mentioned, we are 150 years into the plantation industry. We've just produced tea and rubber, and it has been going on for a long time. So now we are also looking at, what could we do better than this, what we are doing. Now, that is the time when thanks to Dr. Padma Kumar and, the KMTC who brought us to this actually, we realized that we produce something which is very, very unique. In fact, we not only produce rubber, which is one of the products that goes into medical technology devices, we produce very, very advanced forms of rubber. We produce some forms of rubber which are deproteinized, some are nitrosamine free, some are completely cytotoxicity free. These rubber does not find application in other fields. It only finds application in very specialized fields. And that is what is required in medical technology devices. Now what happened is that if you look at it, this is how the medical technology devices in other countries have taken root. You look at Europe or look at other countries, there the synthetic rubber is a major component of all these devices. If you know, rubber forms, almost 50,000 products are made out of rubber which are used in our daily lives. Which we only see tires and few things happening, but so many things can be produced from natural rubber. So what is happening is that in this Europe and other countries, they have gone for synthetic rubber, and since they have a lot of synthetic rubber, that is what is getting used into medical devices. Now, our attempt is to substitute that with natural rubber. Natural rubber because of two reasons. Yes, we are producers of natural rubber. Kerala economy depends on rubber for a large extent. And one more important feature you should realize that natural rubber is a very big ecologically green. Every ton of rubber produced in the world, 2.5 tons of oxygen is released into the atmosphere and 3.5 tons of carbon dioxide is sequestrated. No other crop in the world, believe me, I'm a student of ecology, biological sciences, no other crop in the world sequesters this kind of carbon, even the forests. So that is the potential of natural rubber. So it's a unique crop for Kerala. Kerala economy depends on it. Along with that, it has got a huge potential of going into these kind of niche products, which could be a very big step if you are really able to establish. One more thing is the price thing. When we analyze the price of medical products, we realize that, a synthetic rubber product which is being sold in Kerala for medical device at 5,000 rupees will not cost us more than 200 or 500 rupees to make with natural rubber. So that will be a great thing for the patients also as a community, whereby we can do something really good. This is the reason why we came to natural rubber. This is a small story of it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thomas, so your take on this same question. You've already established yourself nationally and internationally. Do you think that it is realistic for Kerala to have global ambitions?
Yeah, good morning. And first of all, thanks to Bioconnect for inviting me for this panel. And special thanks to Mr. Patnakumar. I'm the Managing Director of Agape Diagnostics Limited, and more than that, I am the President of the Manufacturing Association of the In Vitro Diagnostics, which is part of the medical device. So, always we talk about the importance of the medical device. Today, Mr. Patnakumar was mentioning that the medical device is not, so far, not under the radar of everybody. There is a reason for that. One is that probably this is one industry where we don't have one single ministry. It is controlled by two ministries. One is the Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers. They are managing. Under that, there is a DOP, Department of Pharmaceuticals. But the regulators are under the Department of Health and Family Welfare, or Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. It's good that 2017 they have made a separate schedule for controlling the medical device. Earlier there was a common guidelines for the pharmaceutical as well as the medical device. So now it is started getting some focus, but we always tell that nationally, to get the importance for the medical device, it should be under one ministry and there should be a one control, so that this can be a more visible and more importance. Recently, when during the COVID, the PLI scheme came, in fact, first version, it was complete to the pharmaceutical industry. Then later, some part came to the medical device, and we are happy to share that we are also one of the PLI, approved company. Today, the Indian business, out of the 100,000 crores, the 70% of the business is import based. So that means 70,000 crores worth of medical device in a year, it is coming from outside. Only 30,000 crores which is manufactured here. And of course, there is something to pride of that, where almost 20%, 6,500 crores are manufactured in Kerala. This is a good chance, and for Kerala, with my last 20 years of experience, the biggest advantage that I would say that the qualified and the qualified staff or qualified people, and we are a state where big industries, this Kerala may not be an ideal place. So now, considering that high technology and non-polluting, definitely if there is a focus from all angles, from the center as well as the state, definitely this can be a great opportunity for Kerala, to grow much faster way.
Thank you, Thomas. I'll come to you now. As your company has already demonstrated that it can not only compete globally, but be a global leader. The question is not about one win-wish. Do you think it is possible for many more companies to come up in Kerala and compete globally?
This is to me.
To Pius.
Good morning. Thank you for having me here, and also let me congratulate the organizers for conducting such an event. The answer to your question is three names: Thermopentrol, Dencare, and definitely Agape. These are the three best examples for the answer to your question. See, rightly, Mr. Thomas John rightly said, if you look into the statistics, close to 70% of the import is medical equipment. So when you're talking about medical equipment, the major challenge is we don't have any semiconductor manufacturing in India. That's a challenge. So Government of India has taken a lot of initiatives to attract semiconductor manufacturing companies to India. That is the primary requirement to address this problem. So if Kerala government also can attract one semiconductor manufacturing company to Kerala, that is a solution to the major problem. So that we will have a complete manufacturing ecosystem in place. So if you look into electronics device manufacturing companies, it is in the hands of very few multinational companies like Johnson & Johnson, Philips. These very few companies, they play a major role. See, the major advantage with India is, if you look into the population, out of 800 crore population, we have close to more than 140 crore people. So the major advantage with the Indian market is growing, aging population. That's an added advantage. In addition to that, we also have increased per capita and disposable income. That's another advantage we have. And we also have very high demand for healthcare infrastructure. That is another major advantage we have in India. In addition to that, we have a rise in preventing testing. There is a huge demand for that. In addition to that, we have spread of healthcare services and insurance. That is another major factor to attract these MNCs to come to India. In addition to that, more people are now choosing home healthcare. People are hesitant to go to hospitals. Most of the people prefer to have home healthcare. That is a huge market. If you look into the number, we have 140 crore population. Look into the numbers. So the solution is we have to attract these people. Government of India has taken a lot of initiatives in this regard. Government is giving close to 50% subsidy. In addition to that, 100% FDI is allowed. And also we have reduced regulatory requirements now. Coming back to Kerala, according to me, Trivandrum, Kerala is going to be a manufacturing hub. You know why? Now we have Vizhinjam Mother Port, we have Trivandrum International Airport, we have Technopark Phase 1, 2, 3 and 4. ISRO, they have 3 centers here: VSSC, LPSC, IASU. In addition to that, Bio 360 Park, Med Park, Space Park, Digital University. MSME is coming up with a cluster here. In addition to that, we have BrahMos here. MSME is also coming up with a technology center. They are heavily investing more than 200 crores. In addition to that, we have Sri Chitra, NIST, RGCB. They are also coming up with more campus. Presently, they have few campus. In addition to that, they are also setting up more campus. Tata is coming up with a huge aircraft manufacturing center in 100 acres of land. They have already taken 100 acres of land in phase 4 of Technopark. So according to me, definitely Kerala, especially Trivandrum, is going to be a manufacturing hub, and the possibilities are huge. Thank you.
Thank you, Pius. That's very encouraging. I'd like to now go to what I feel is a very important, let's say, foundational factor for the medical device industry, which is the concept of clusters. And cluster is been defined by Michael Porter and colleagues as a collection of at least one large teaching hospital, a university, research institutions, one or two large medical device companies, startups, all located in the same place, but most importantly working together. Now, the government of India has actually identified 21 clusters across the country. Now, my understanding is that we don't have even one cluster in India if you go by Porter's definition. There are potential clusters for medical devices. Trivandrum is one good potential cluster. And I want to ask Dr. Usha Tekedath, who has been working and living in arguably the most successful cluster in the world. What differences, Dr. Usha, do you find between where you are working and Kerala, for example? And what are those 2 or 3 critical things that you think we should address?
Thank you. So, anyone who has worked in the field of medical technology, medical products, whether it's drugs or devices, know that it's not a single person or a single team effort. It's a truly multidisciplinary effort to develop an idea to a product. So it's difficult to create or set up all the necessary skills and resources in a single team or an institution. And it's always helpful, or it's sometimes unnecessary or really expensive. And it's always helpful to have the necessary and complementary resources and skills nearby. So physical clusters are ideal, but during the COVID time, we have seen that even virtual collaborations and clustering have worked. But in the case of medical devices, it's always ideal to have a physical cluster, to have better interactions and necessary iterations during the product development and clinical trials and all. So I can share my experience with the Pediatric Device Consortium that I am serving as a director currently. It's an FDA-funded program, one of the very few that FDA support financially. As you know, FDA is a regulatory agency, and it's very rarely they fund a program. So understanding the additional challenges faced by innovators in the area of pediatric device development, which is considered a very small market, and with additional challenges like developing a device for a pediatric population which is growing and accommodating the growing needs of a child, as well as the increasing challenges with or additional challenges with enrolling pediatric population in clinical trials. FDA wanted to support the innovators in this area, and working with the US Congress, they started this Pediatric Device Consortia grant program. And we are one of the leaders in that program. The UCSF and Stanford collectively lead this UCSF Stanford Pediatric Device Consortium. And being the or adjacent institutions and were leaders in the clinical care, research, as well as technology development. Both UCSF and Stanford actively collaborate and interact in taking the leadership in supporting and facilitating pediatric device innovators who have an idea and have developed this at different levels. We provide seed funding, we provide advice, mentoring, connections to necessary resources, and we have a great network of both industry and academic collaborators, like a UC Berkeley program, then a Master of Translational Research program that I am associated with. And we have a lot of industry supporters and investors. That is the huge thing that separates the Bay Area from even the rest of the US country, the investment that comes into that promoting the innovation ecosystem there. And we do have collaborators like Fogarty Innovation, which has a successful track record of supporting commercialization of viable technologies in the medical device field. So all these, we do interact with these innovators without taking any equity in it. And now the current focus is on developing not only an innovative medical product, but an equitable and inclusive product that is accessible and available to a wider population.
So, Dr. Usha, I did have a follow-up question for you. You mentioned Fogarty. Actually, we had invited the CEO of Fogarty Innovation. He was supposed to be here for this conference, but he couldn't make it, and he has promised to come next year. How easy is it for, you have hospital, you have the engineering institution, you have industry, all these different players together, and you said there is collaboration. How easy is it for people to move between these different organizations in the course of a project?
Yes, these type of collaborations are well established in the US system, even starting with the educational, like a student life, engineering and medical education have a lot of opportunities to get hands-on experience and exposure to medical technology development, or technology development and medical technology development if there is interest. So we get a lot of students who are coming as interns just to get not only listening to lectures, but actually working in the lab and get hands-on experience, and also getting an understanding of the different phases of medical device development. And then many of our academic professors are closely working with industry projects, and then we have guest lecturers from industry. They are very much, and we involved in these many projects. And we do, for the Pediatric Device Consortium, or the PDC, we do have weekly innovators forum, where any innovator who is interested into getting our support or feedback can come and present to us. And we have a diverse pool of attendees, like clinicians, engineers, business personnel, regulatory people, and all covered under the confidentiality agreement, so they can openly discuss their innovation and get feedback from finding the funding support, necessary resources for their prototype development, or writing a grant, or even a manufacturing facility that is
so my understanding is that from what you're saying, it sounds as if it's very easy.
Yes,
it
is.
Not just ideas to be exchanged, but for people to interact.
Yes.
But that is a problem here in India. See, we have fairly watertight compartments. Nobody talks to anybody else. So I did say that Trivandrum is a very good potential cluster, but very few people in industry talk to research and vice versa. So I hope that is going to change. I'm going to now switch gears and ask Santosh, the CEO of Harrison's Malayalam, about his plans for the company with specific reference to medical devices and also biotechnology. Do you plan to expand, number one, into these areas, Santosh? And can you give us a broad idea about what your plans are?
As I mentioned earlier, we are very new to this field. We are still exploring, but we see a lot of potentialities here. One thing is medical devices, basically, particularly rubber-based, whatever we can contribute in various forms. We are looking at a whole range of rubber products, actually, right from the simple urinary bag onwards to catheters to tomorrow to tubings and ligators, and so many things are there which is made out of natural rubber, with minus the negative properties that are there in natural rubber. I think we can do a lot in that area, but we are taking it very cautiously one by one, and I think we'll soon be in the market with some good products. Regarding another major area I'm working on is extraction of some very beneficial nutrients from rubber serum. I think people are not aware that the rubber, what we throw as waste after processing, has got a lot of biochemicals in that. One of them is protein. See, we are living in a protein deficit country today. Protein is a very expensive thing for the population, for the livestock. So we are working also with some organizations in Trivandrum to see whether we can extract protein from the effluent that is discharged outside as waste. Also, we are looking at algal cultures and whether it's possible to extract a lot of useful chemicals which will have pharmaceutical and nutraceutical values. So there's a whole range of things that we are looking at, but we are going on a very slow pace. We are understanding it and then taking decisions. But I'm sure that this is a very large field yet need to be explored. And I think the bigger dimension is that it is going to contribute to society in a very big manner. And I'm confident about that. And as Madam was mentioning, ecosystem requires so many components which are all present in Kerala. Besides that, it requires somebody to take them all together. I think KMTC is already there. I think it is really developed. I think all of us can contribute in a better way to make it into a much better ecosystem here in Kerala. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thomas, can you share something about your expansion plans with us?
Yeah. Agape, we came here in Kerala in 2005, almost 19 years ago. We started in 95. So after the first 10 years, we have decided to move to Kerala. It was a big decision, and that point of time, since we started from Bombay and always selecting to Kerala, a lot of questions and a lot of negative feedbacks we got from our state. But again, basically I am from Kerala, so definitely I have that sort of affections towards to this because, coming here and set up something, it's always good to the state and goods to our own people. And when we have selected Kerala, there are three things, which we have seen. One is about one of our main raw material is water, pure water. Kerala is one state which gives pure water because you don't need to wash the water because you get the purest form of water. Then second is highly skilled and educated staff. And third, I don't compare the state and I don't have any problem also, but Kerala is more transparent that way because, if you are doing a business in a proper way, then definitely the bureaucracy and everything is very, very supportive. This is what I understood before coming to Kerala and last 20 years of my experience. Now, the answer to your question, today we are a very, very strong laboratory diagnostics manufacturer. We are number 2 and strong growth plans. Today, lab diagnostics, we are covering the clinical chemistry, which is about 30% of that part, and even hematology. Now, with some strong association with a foreign partner, we are entering to the immunology segment. And we believe that is something very good to the nation, because we are the only manufacturer now with that immunological section. This is about the laboratory diagnostics. Now, there are a lot of changes after the COVID happens, like the lab diagnostics is moving to, the physician's diagnostics towards to home diagnostics. So already we have entered to the point of care devices manufacturing, and we wanted to expand that, where critical care point of care as well as the physician's, office point of care. And in the future, definitely we wanted to come to the home care also. So that is our strong plans. Definitely we wanted to, continue to invest in Kerala. And see, now last week, 10 days ago, the Honorable Chief CM has inaugurated our third facility, and we wanted to focus maximum in Kerala. And again, this is about the, the human side, and now the veterinary diagnostics is also growing, and people, of course in India, when the economy levels are increasing, people have, more love towards to, the animals also. So we wanted to enter to that also in the near future.
Thank you, Thomas. As we know that Winwish is not only in the medical segment, but you have products in aerospace and defense, consumer electronics, and so on. But for the purpose of today's discussion, I'd like you to just focus on medical electronics. And how do you see that growing for Winwish? Is it a focus area for you? And how do you see, what kind of products are you looking at, and what kind of segments?
Thank you for the question. Basically, we design, develop, manufacture, test and qualify products for our clients. And we do R&D, and we have a PDT laser, photodynamic therapy laser for cancer treatment. And now we are in the stage of doing the clinical trials. And we are obtaining permission from Drug Control Authority of India for that. In addition to that, we also have a confocal microscope and a few more products in the pipeline. We do a lot of product development for others, but because of NDA, I am unable to disclose those details. But very happy to note that this market is growing very fast. See, during COVID time, in fact, COVID was a blessing for us. COVID time, so many manufacturers, so many companies came to us to manufacture their products. Presently, we have a design center in Technopark, another manufacturing facility in Kinfra. Presently, we are unable to meet the requirements. That is why we decided to come up with a huge manufacturing plant in Kinfra Video Park, in 3.5 lakh square feet building, and investing something around close to 200 crores. And the requirement is huge. Believe me, the requirement is huge. And what I wanted to communicate to the audience is that by sitting in Kerala, we can meet any requirement, meeting any standards. Whether it is space, aerospace, medical, telecom, underwater, any sector, we can cater to, and also we can develop products in record time, meeting all international standards. That is not the challenge. So what I wanted to communicate to you is that this market is growing very fast. We are building a capacity. In a day, we can assemble maybe 25 to 30,000 products per day. That is the kind of capacity we are building, because that is the kind of demand we have globally. So it's a huge growing market. But the only challenge is that we need to have a complete manufacturing ecosystem in place. That is a challenge. When you're talking about the manufacturing ecosystem, especially medical electronics, the main is PCB and the components. Unfortunately, we don't even have a single manufacturing plant in Kerala. Manufacture PCBs. We have to go to neighboring states or countries.
So that would be a good business opportunity for somebody.
Absolutely, absolutely. I believe government of Kerala is having some plan to come up with a PCB manufacturing plant in Kerala, somewhere in Kochi, in association with Keltron. I heard so, but I am not sure. In addition to that, when you design and develop any electronic equipment or medical equipment, the challenge is testing. You have to do a lot of testing. You have to go for a CE marking. We don't have enough testing labs in Kerala. That is another challenge. So when you're discussing about clusters, that is a need of the hour. If KMTC can take a lead role and come up with a cluster. See, Government of India is giving 30 crores, 80% of 30 crores. Maximum project cost is 30 crores. After that, Government of India is giving a subsidy of 80%. That's a lot of money. They are asking people to invest a small money and be the owner of 30 crore project. So the major challenge is testing facilities. So if we can build testing facilities, it is easy for many companies to conduct, validate their test and qualify the test. That is a need of the hour. Thank you.
Thank you, Pius. And that leads me to my next question. I'll come to you first, Thomas. Just like Pius has indicated, there are some gaps in the manufacturing ecosystem. And he was talking, not only about electronics, but medical electronics. What gaps do you identify currently in Kerala with respect to your business, specifically diagnostics? And do you have any specific advice to the government of Kerala and any requirements? What do you think the government should do?
Yeah, we are manufacturing equipments and consumables. Our consumables reagents. So as far as the reagents are concerned, because 60 to 65% of our business is reagent, definitely the constant innovation is required. We are a company, we are spending about 5.5 to 6% of our revenue for the research, which is not adequate to develop or strengthen or bring more and more products. So definitely government should facilitate to work with a lot of institutions, research institutions, and help the industry to bring more and more products. Definitely in Kerala, we have Sri Chitra Institute of Technologies, where we are also associated, and we jointly brought a products during COVID, the lab-based molecular diagnostics testing. And now we are working towards to TB diagnostics. Already we got the approval from DCGI, but now we are going for the nationwide clinical trials. I would say that the government should facilitate for more and more research, support to the industry. Then second, the biggest requirement for the industry is, or the cluster is, lot of testing facilities are required. And as a normal industry, we cannot afford to have that sort of testing equipments and all. I'm talking about the reagent side, because it's required, high specified HPLC systems and all, it's required for the testing purpose. So definitely the government can facilitate that. Then that will always, speed the input or output of the products. More and more products we can bring it. Then finally, I would say that in the equipment side, he mentioned about the PCBs and everything, because 70% of the products or the components are manufactured by the auxiliary manufacturers. Because when I am manufacturing a hematology systems, I cannot focus my energy to manufacture the cover. And I cannot focus to manufacture the semiconductor. So what I want that there should be a cluster where everything can be easily available so that I can spend my time and energy and money for what is required for tomorrow's world. That way I will be able to bring more and more valuable things to the society. Then even the equipment manufacturing, what presently we are facing that it requires a lot of testing. Being safety testing, EMI, EMC testing and all. There are some government agencies, but unfortunately nothing in Kerala. But we have to depend them in other states. But again, there are many industries in their home state. Always we get the last priority. So if government can provide that, then we can bring lot of products, lot of new products. So this is my experience, or this is some of the challenges which presently we are facing.
Over to you, Santosh, the same question.
Yes, for us also the challenge is the same, because natural rubber comes under Commerce Ministry, it doesn't come under agriculture. So that the development and testing and research is far not particularly tuned to medical devices industry. We don't have much of a orientation towards that. We are doing whatever we are doing on our own here. We require support in that matter. Second thing is that we are a small player now. We require hand-holding a little bit. I think definitely KMTC is doing it. Along with that, the government, we require a lot of investment in this sector, which we will have to see how it is going to be tailor-made for us to evolve into a much stronger position in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we are coming towards the end of our session, and if there are any questions from the audience to our panelists, I think we can take a few questions. Mike, please.
Is there any integration platform available to integrate all medical devices? The thing is, we need that medical record platform, digital platform. See, unless that is there, the medical devices cannot be much useful for the actors just like the consultants, because it's moving towards the decision support by the AI. So what we recommend is that smart, portable, unique digital medical record platform across the whole world.
So is that directed to any specific panelist? Or?
Yeah, that is all that is who are developing that medical devices. They have to concentrate on that. Integrating that device to the medical record, digital medical.
So, are you suggesting an electronic health record system in all the?
Yeah, but that has to be portable across all hospitals.
So, in US, it's well established, but in Kerala, I think still under development and separate, not standardized across the clinical facilities.
But that is only in local area, Nato. When the patient travels, they cannot carry that. They cannot access
but
that.
they can be transferred as files digitally with the HIPAA. In US, that is HIPAA compliant, but in here, I am not aware of such a system, well-established system yet.
But how that, how that decision support will be that consultant will get, the other consultant will get from that AI back in.
Yeah, the patient need not carry it, that can be transferred from
but still it needs, that medical record needs that decision support. That the consultant needs the decision support by the AI inside that medical record.
I don't think it's as developed here yet. And in US, the FDA is now request or demanding all the manufacturers to use the unique device identifiers for each device, and that has to be entered, or that is what we are trying or advocating for the clinical side, to record these UDIs in their clinical records, so that is traceable. So if a patient get an implant, even after several years, if we need to have that record, or there is a quality need or a recall or something like that, it's easy to track all the patients who got that particular device using these UDIs. So this is one area our...
So can we
But
take
still-
these questions offline, please?
Yeah.
If there are other questions, we'd like to... Anybody else? Sir?
One more thing, that cyber security also is a big problem. When that devices are integrating with that medical record. See, tomorrow if that patient is in that life support by that ventilator, that is hackers can intrude and that kill the patient itself.
Yes. Yes,
So-
that is a valid point. I'm sure that the manufacturers are alive to that. Dr. Takeda?
Hello, good morning. I have a few comments, one comment. No. And essentially, we have not included healthcare deliveries technologies in this. Probably you will be thinking of that also. So it's an important thing in all over the world right now. The other thing is, ഞാൻ മലയാളത്തിൽ പറയുകയാണെങ്കിൽ അക്കരപ്പച്ചാണ് എന്നാണ് പറയുന്നത്. ഇവിടുത്തെ എംപ്ലോയീസ് കേരളൈറ്റ്സ് ഇവിടെ ഇരുന്ന് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യില്ല. I think most of you know Malayalam. They will not work in their home state, home place. But that's the case with all over the world. But US, everywhere it is the case. So I don't worry personally because of that. But my question is to Mr. Thomas John, and what is your experience with work culture of Keralites in Kerala?
See, initial part of my life, 10 years, I was managing the manufacturing in Maharashtra. When I came to Kerala, what I understood that Kerala is one state where everybody is qualified. People are aware about their responsibility, rights, all. That is a fact. So, to make a successful organization in Kerala, you have to be part of your employees. Then only you can make a successful organization. I'll just give an example. Of course, there are some, people outside Kerala. I'm not commenting anything, but it is my personal experience. When in Bombay, when I'm coming out from a factory where some of our colleagues are standing outside for waiting for a bus where there is a rain, I don't need to mind them and I can just go with my car. But Kerala, if I'm going to do that, tomorrow you can expect some objection. You should not do that. But when I am looking back, the Kerala system is good because we should be part of that. Nothing is going to lose with that. Because if you have that sort of mentality, Kerala can be a very, very successful business model. So, coming to that, I always adopt that. Yes. I'm also, by nature, little socialist, so there's no problem for me.
Just add one comment.
I think we are, sir, just out of time. So, Dr. Praveen, do we still have time for a couple of questions? Or because I'm seeing this big thing in red saying time is up.
Hello. Yeah. My question is to Mr. Thomas John. Now, we discussed a lot about the testing requirements and for medical devices. So, would like to know, in India, what standard or certification is required? For example, we know FDA, CE, kind of things we already know. So, specifically to India market, what kind of testing facilities should be set up for certifications?
You asked a very relevant question, and last 1 week we are fighting for that. So, okay, US FDA for US, this is my idea.
Yeah.
CE for European Union. And India need to have our own system, that is called BAS. We are strongly working on that. Still in medical device, today 30% of the people are only manufacturing here. There are 70% is multinationals. They are forcing on US FDA and CE, but India is making its own system. And when we are making our own system, or we are recommending to make our own system, that doesn't mean that regulations are not, little inferior compared to US FDA or CE systems. It is par with that, but taking the local requirements and local advantage. So that is something government is working on that, and definitely we vouch for that.
So how long it may take? I don't know.
I already told that we are under 2 ministries.
Okay.
So that limitations are there. So we always optimistic.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think we will conclude the session. Let me thank our panelists, and thank you, audience, for your patient hearing.
We thank all the experts for the insightful session on this medical device technology. May I now call upon Professor Ramasamy to hand over the token of appreciation to our moderator, Padma Kumar sir. Kumar sir, can you please give the mementos to all our expert panelists?
So now we are moving on to our next panel discussion on the vaccine and pharma industry. This discussion will provide us with valuable insights in the current landscape, challenges and innovation within these critical sectors. Our distinguished panelists are here to share their insights and engage in meaningful dialogue about the future of vaccines and pharmaceuticals.
To lead this session,
the moderator of this panel discussion, Dr. Balagopal Nair. He is currently working as senior consultant with Zydus Healthcare Limited, Mumbai. His previous assignment was as an regional medical director at Abbott India Limited. He has over 20 years of experience in medical affairs, regulatory affairs, clinical research, and pharmacovigilance. He has worked in large multinational as well as Indian companies and have several scientific publications to his credit and has presented several papers at national and international conference. And he is also a member of several medical and allied societies in India. Thank you for being us today, sir. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much. And it was a very for this session. I must also mention that having attended many industry-sponsored meetings like this is a government-sponsored meeting, and I must say the arrangements, the logistics has been absolutely seamless for all of us, and it's really, I must congratulate everyone who was involved in this conference. Well, this topic that was given to me is a huge, vast canvas, vaccine and industry, pharma industry. So I am going to kind of restrict, and I've spoken to my co-panelists, going to restrict the discussion to certain aspects of this. We all know that the Indian pharma industry is ad nauseum. It's been reported that it's the pharmacy of the world. You can be satisfied with that, but you could also have a positive dissatisfaction with that description. When we say we're the pharmacy of the world, we actually provide generics to about 60% of the world. The question is, do we have a NCE that has come out of India that has entered the developed markets? The answer is, after so many years, no, we don't have. If you look at the biotech or biopharma industry, we are really growing at a huge CAGR of about 20%. We are going to hit about $12 billion in a couple of years. Opportunities are there. In the vaccine market, we provide 60% of our vaccines to the low-income countries and middle-low-income countries. But we still do not provide vaccines to high-income countries. Have we asked ourselves the question, why are we not providing vaccines to high-income countries? So, despite all the positive developments, and I'm not for a moment trying to undermine those developments, my question is, we need to have a positive, dissatisfied attitude towards what we have achieved. And I think this opportunity that we have now, and we've been discussing that the last couple of days, and also the message from the political leadership of this state has been to support innovation, R&D. With all this in mind, can we go towards the next step? And what I'm going to discuss now with these eminent panelists, and I would first like to introduce them. We have to my left, and all of you know him, he's Dr. Srikumar. He's the director of the Institute of Advanced Virology here within the Bio 360 complex in Trivandrum. Dr. Srikumar is an eminent virologist. He's done his master's in immunology, and he's got a PhD from the Rajiv Gandhi Center of Biotechnology. He's one of the scientists who introduced molecular testing in Kerala. His ambition, I think, is to make the Institute of Virology an institute of national importance. And I visited his institute once, and I think it's well on its way to achieve that objective. Sitting next to Dr. Srikumar is Snehit. He's probably the youngest member of the panel, but he's had over 18 years of experience in marketing, life sciences graduate, masters in digital health as well as in marketing. He looks after he's head of marketing of the entire Zydus vaccine and biological portfolio. To his left is Dr. Manish Racha. He is an academician who started his career as an associate professor at the Gujarat Technical University and then moved on from academics to an entrepreneur. And he's had over 25 years of experience in his entire academic and research career. He currently is director and CEO of Acuprec, located just outside the Zydus office in Ahmedabad. And to the extreme left is Pushpak Khare. Pushpak is the director of commercial development at Abbott Healthcare. He's basically a mechanical engineer, and he post that he did a master management degree from NITI. Currently it's renamed as IIM Mumbai, from Mumbai, and he's also done a executive program in leadership management from MIT. Pushpak is involved in in-licensing acquisitions, in also handling the institutional and emerging channel business within Abbott. He has again a wide experience. Prior to Abbott, he has worked in Pfizer, Novartis, and IQVIA. So we have a very eminent panel. So you can see also the mix of the panel, academicians, there is a researcher, a scientist, and two very brilliant commercial leaders. All of them leaders in their own respective areas. So I would like to actually focus this discussion on something that probably we missed in the last couple of days, is that innovation is extremely important. But I want to look at this discussion from another slightly a different angle. Looking at this, how do you bridge the gap between innovation and commercialization? Because as someone said yesterday, one of the speakers said yesterday, the effort should be to provide a positive outcome to all R&D efforts. So I'll kick off this panel discussion by my first question to Pushpak, and because I said the focus is looking at the link, the bridge, the gap between innovation and commercialization. Pushpak, in your view, the opportunity, how do you view the opportunity of collaborative partnerships between industry, academia, in advancing research capabilities? Now, I ask you this because there are a lot of commercial constraints, and we've heard a lot of that, and we heard a few of that just in the preceding discussion. And what do you see? And that's the first part of the question. The second part of the question is, having said that, what do you see, or where do you see, or if you see, a role that government can play in that?
Thanks, Dr. Bala. First and foremost, I think the industry-academia collaboration is essential. And I see this in three parts, the importance of this collaboration. First and foremost is new drug development. The new drugs, require thinking which goes beyond the current thinking. Industry focuses on what's already there. But when you want to bring a new first-in-class product, you really need to innovate and go and think outside the box. And I think academia is probably the best suited, for this kind of work. If you see some of the, half of the top 10 products globally started their life in academia. They were originally university developed and then discovered and then further developed by the industry. So first area is new product development. I think the second area where this collaboration can be really fruitful is in area of manufacturing, process improvement, solving problems. There are lots of problems when you take a product, when you start manufacturing, you need validation, you need scaling up, you need testing, characterization, all of this. This is an area where academia, with their understanding and their testing laboratories and their experience, can really help to have a very practical solution to the industry's problems. The third one, I feel, is nurturing the human resources. you mentioned I am mechanical engineer. I did my engineering, but all my learning on the job I did when I went in a factory and started working in chemical plant. So all my engineering knowledge was a lot more academic, but when you go and start working in a factory, you start thinking about what are the existing standards, what are the constraints which are posed by the operating areas. And that is something which is required for the students to have when they come to industry, because then they are ready to face the industry and solve the various problems or areas of the industry when they are trained academically. And it's sort of a virtuous cycle, because when there is a partnership, the academia also gets enriched with the inputs which come from industry. That enriches the teaching, that enriches the students, and therefore the industry also benefits. So it's sort of a virtuous cycle in my mind. Coming to your second part of the question about role of government, I think it is important. I believe government can play a role of a catalyst, or more like an enabler. One of the areas, one of the ways to do that could be to get industry and academia to co-locate. If you see in biopharmaceuticals, often you talk about Boston, San Francisco, and let's say Oxford as an ecosystem where there is innovation, discovery, as well as then commercialization of products. So that happens because there is co-location of not only the academia but also the other parts, industry, as well as funders and so on. So government can actually be a catalyst in providing or encouraging both industry and academia to co-locate. The other aspect is really funding of particularly new drug programs. New drugs, there is a lot of failure rate, but new drugs need to be nurtured up to phase 1. Because once they come up to phase 1, then they have a fairly, well laid out path. But till that time, they do require nurturing and funding. If the funding stops, the program stops, the drug, doesn't move forward. And last but not the least, government can provide a networking platform, maybe networking platform like this. But in the earlier panel, Dr. Usha mentioned something like, which I also observed when I was in MIT as well. Every week, once a week, there will be sort of a informal gathering of venture capitalists, startups, and all of this is in the incubator of MIT. And then the startups will pitch to the venture capitalists in a very informal manner. They will give them feedback, which improves, the overall business or overall innovation and commercial viability of that. So I think there is definitely merit, and there is a strong case for industry-academia collaboration. And I do believe government can be an enabler to that.
Thank you, Pushpak. And I think that is something similar to what the earlier panel was talking about, clusters. I think that's something that we should encourage happening. I'll jump onto Dr. Srikumar, and under his, really able leadership in the last, it's a 2-year-old institution. I came to know that a few months ago. Under your leadership, the IAV has, and that it exists within the Bio 360, environment. I have 2 questions for you in this first round of questions. The first question is, you have a vision. I've read your vision document very closely, and on that I have 2 questions. For the first question is, I want you generally to elaborate on, and we heard the minister speak very highly about your efforts during the recent outbreak. And what do you, as a scientist, your mission with IAV, how do you look at supporting not just the state, but the country as a whole?
Thank you. That's an interesting question. So, if you look at the history of Kerala for the last 20 years, we have been plagued with a large number of emerging viral infection outbreaks. So maybe it started in 2006 with this chikungunya, followed by dengue, then H1N1, then Zika virus infection, then Nipah virus infection. So we, being in the very close vicinity to, or maybe within the Western gut system, we have a lot of viruses which can spill over to the state. So this was when in 2017 the Kerala government wanted to have an expert committee to look into and establish a virology research center in the state. And it was entrusted to the Kerala State Council, and Professor G.M. Nair served as the Biotechnology Commission chairman in charge at that time. So under his leadership and an expert team we formed, and that was the beginning of this virology institute that you see. I still remember the day when he called me one day and asked Srimar, come and we can go around and see a place where we can set up this institute. And we went to this Bio 360 park, which was an empty area on a summer day. We were sitting in a scorching heat under the sun, and in a small container kind of a facility. We were discussing how we can build an institute. And essentially it is a vision of the state leadership that has culminated in what many of you would have visited the facility there. We have around, we have 2 buildings there right now, 30,000 square feet administrative block with 6 fully functional laboratories and a molecular diagnostic facility, another 80,000 which is making an incubation facility, another 6 more labs to be added, a BSL-3 facility is coming up. So with all these development which we could do in the last couple of years, even though the institute was inaugurated in 2019, thanks to COVID or whatever the other administrative difficulties during that time, we could not do much during the time. But in the last 2 years, we could make the institute functional and support the healthcare system of Kerala. We have established a molecular diagnostic facility. Right now we have around 80 plus infectious disease parameters, which includes 70 viral parameters, some 17 bacterial parameters, 2-3 parasites. So altogether some 83 infectious disease parameters we are doing. We support the entire state of Kerala. We get samples even during the last Nipah outbreak. We was involved in the diagnosis of the Nipah testing, sample testing. Monkeypox outbreak we were involved. So essentially our approach is to support the pandemic preparedness for the state. We do a syndrome-based approach rather than testing for single disease. We go for respiratory panels, urinary panels, and encephalitic panels. Those kind of syndrome-based testing, so that we can pick up, even if the doctor misses one does not suspect a particular disease, maybe in that panel, if it is included, we will be able to pick up. So likewise, during the past, we could see that during the monsoon time, we will say the person is having viral fever. We never used to define what this virus is. Even the clinicians used to say a viral fever. But now we can say whether it is an influenza virus, whether it is a respiratory syncytial virus infection, metapneumovirus, parainfluenza, or SARS-CoV-2. So there are so many classifications that has come up within the viral fever panel. So that way we are supporting the state. And also this is in a way helping in pandemic preparedness. So that is the one of the major agenda or the focus that we have put forth in our vision document. Secondly, this vaccines and therapeutics is another area where we are focusing greatly on. You would see, if you look at the latest classification of the International Committee on Taxonomy of Viruses, you will see around 11,000 viruses which has been classified. Out of that, around 270 viruses can infect the human beings. And maybe there are many more which will spill over and cause infection, but documented around 270 old viruses. And many of them are important for certain regions, and we have identified certain important candidates which are important for the country, and we are focusing on vaccines. Not only the conventional vaccine development, but on the new generations vaccines, that is. So, as such, we are planning to have a very comprehensive support system for the state as well as the country in this area.
Thank you. I think that clarifies the question. I have just one quick query on your vision document. I read your vision document, as I said, and you talk about establishing partnerships with medical colleges and research institutions. My question to you is, you should subsequently add an entity, the industry. I think you need to, what is your, is there any roadmap for your efforts to collaborate with the industry? Because that is extremely critical.
Yeah, that is a very, very important question. So, unlike other research institutions, which when maybe 90% of their activity focus on academics, we wanted to have kind of a 50-50, like academics plus an industry component in that. From the very beginning, after we started the research activities, one of the major focus was on participatory R&D with industry. So we had discussed with many industries. And I mean, maybe at least some 14 of them we had discussed at many different time points. And some of them were very successful, but we could not, I mean, still the discussion was very successful, but the program could not be started. Because many times what happens is the industry come with some preconceived plans and programs, which we don't have readily available in our institution. So then we proposed that, okay, let us from the very beginning have a participatory R&D kind of thing. We can co-develop some of the research programs, and we can go ahead with that. So that is one model which we have been promoting. And also, like, I mean, after many discussions, now we have been proposing to start an industrial PhD program, wherein industry can sponsor PhD students, and we can open to that. Being an autonomous institutions under the government, we have freedom to decide on these things in a much more flexible way. And that is what we are thinking now, that I mean, most of the time what industry faces is they don't get access to trained manpower which can cater to their requirement. So we are also opening up an industrial PhD program wherein industry can sponsor PhD student, and also collaborate with one of the faculties in the institute to have a common theme-based research programs.
Excellent. Yeah, I think that's way forward. Before I go to the next, Dr. Manish, Snehita, can you just quickly react on Dr. Srikumar from the industry perspective? How do you view this? You know, it's an autonomous institution within the government, but how do you view this, industry collaborating with, in this instance, with IAV?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Bala, sir. And Dr. Srikumar, a very welcome move. What I see, because I am involved with vaccine development from launch to commercialization from last 6 years. I'm seeing that particular aspect. If you see India, basically all our vaccine manufacturers are, actually it's a manufacturer, it's not R&D units. The R&D is also only about adapting the seeds and converting into from pre-development to marketing. Now, the problem is if the organization like Zydus or all the organization get the ready-made platform, it would be easier for organization to focus on only development and scale rather than pre-clinical, where we put our energy here. Because what I see is we have multiple platforms which we are working on, seeing the current dynamics of virology, what is happening, and for the viral preparedness also. But the most important thing which we are missing out is at one point of time there is an investment stagnation which comes from industry, mainly when we are developing certain things, because it is not going in a right way. This move, what you said, sir, if we can implement it in a right way, the industry collaboration with the institute, where we can, put our sponsorship and develop the candidate at a certain stage where industry can feel that now we can take it for scale up. That will be a welcome move for government as well as for pandemic preparedness, because as the NB National Biomission states that they're working on at least 4 particular viruses for pandemic preparedness. From the global perspective of, if you see CP document, that there are approximately 30 viruses which are at high pandemic area where the development is needed. The second important point, when we are developing the vaccine, when we have seen it, do we have a capability to manufacture at that scale when we have this large population? And not only India, but when we are talking about going abroad or exporting it to developing countries or high-income countries, do we have a capability to manufacture at that scale? So should industry focus on building the capability, investing in developing the capability to a multifold production, or should we invest in putting our effort in research? So that is a debate which is going on. Just 1 minute more I'll take. in last 5 or 6 years, with the development and research of approximately 17 to 18 years, hardly there are 4 or 5 vaccine candidates which has gone for commercialization. One is in rabies, that is glycoprotein 3 dose, which Cadila has developed. One NB, which is twin trap, that is monoclonal antibody, which was been developed in collaboration with WHO for rabies. And chikungunya vaccine, which, Bharat Mission, National Biotech Mission, which is focusing on developing chikungunya. It is also still to come to the marketing authorization, and hardly 4 or 5 vaccines has been developed from India. But still the international recognition is missing. So when, my only point is, because we see the last stage, I see the last stage when the product is at a post-clinical stage, and from there we want to market it outside with the right pricing by seeing the access. The most biggest problem we get is approvals. And that is the move, that how we can collaborate early with all the regulatory bodies to define the goals, so that the vaccine candidates which are developed by academia in collaboration with institute like you go to the commercial organization for scale and easily get access to India as through the regulatory bodies, and also get access to the international countries, so that we can because that's what India is all about: affordable vaccines which we provide at accessible rate. High quality products. So that is the core mission of India, and how we can strengthen together. It is a welcome move, sir. So that's why.
So I think the conversations between industry and institutes like you, Dr. Srikumar, should continue. And as the earlier session, Padma Kumar was saying that are the conversations happening? I think the conversations are happening. The conversations are happening sporadically, and conversations are happening very slowly. I think we should speed up these conversations, and forums like this are examples where those conversations can be initiated. I'll switch track a little bit and go to Manish. Manish, question to you. You have seen the Bio 360 environment a couple of days ago in the tour that happened. From your perspective, a quick question is, what do you do basically to support these biotech companies we talked about regulatory testing, in these regulatory testing, regulatory approvals, equivalence to originators, etc. And the second part of the question is, from your first glance of the Bio 360 Life Sciences Park, what is your first impressions?
Thank you, sir. So, as you rightly said, I am a combination of academia and now switcher to the industry. So I can able to correlate the audience who are sitting beside the front few rows and audience who are sitting at the front few rows. So now regarding the first question, regarding the regulatory pathways and how we should think about and how we should move about, and being a startups and being a researchers, sometimes we miss, because when I was in academia and teaching at master's and PhD level, we realized that we are very good in research. And I think in your state of Kerala is fundamentally, intellectually very sound and profound. But we have to understand that the kind of research we are doing, whether it is in life science, whether it is a pharma, biopharma or biomedical device, these all products are highly regulated. So we have to see the regulatory pathway from not after the, say, coming out with a fundamental good product, but we have to see the regulatory pathway from day one, because that may change your orientation and some kind of the research that you are performing at your master's or PhD or maybe at postdoc level. As rightly said, why many products are not coming out and why we are not getting recognition worldwide. The reason is the regulatory process that we adopted during our initial R&D, or maybe during further development or during clinical trials, that may miss harmonization of the international regulatory guidance in our various kind of studies. So that is very important, and I would request and suggest the stakeholders of this, all the Kerala government and who are sitting over here, you must have to emphasize equally important is this, to give the good kind of ecosystem for the regulatory knowledge among the startups and students and MSMEs also. Because without this, we have seen many good research get failed because they could not able to go further without the regulatory approvals. And particularly in the biopharma, sir, we have to do a lot of research in initially chemistry, which includes computational chemistry, then various kind of chemical characterization. Then comes the preclinical studies, which happens in the animals. Then we have to also see the comparative studies with the innovators, because sometimes it is very important to see what innovator has done and what our product is behaving. So comparative pharmacokinetic studies, and then followed by we have to do the clinical studies to prove, okay, yes, boss, our molecule which developed indigenously, it behaves very same like the innovator molecules. And for this, particularly for the biomedical device, I would like to emphasize in this audience who are working on a device sector, the government of India, NITI Aayog, ICMR and CDSO, they joined together in the last year 2023. They launched one platform, which is an online platform, which is called MedTech Mitra. You can Google it out, MedTech Mitra. Mitra, that means friend. So now regulatory of our Indian regulators also would like to be a facilitator. They are coming to your doorstep, not maybe physically, but at least virtually. So in this MedTech Mitra portal, if you are working on a various kind of medical devices or related products, you have to register yourself. You can put forward your queries, whatever the kind of products you have, and you don't know what kind of testings are required. Because sometimes that leads a lot of confusion. If you ask to multiple people, you may get multiple answers. Okay, do this A, B, C, D, but some say, no, do this X, Y, Z first. So what if I am a researcher, I have to do? So rather to ask X, Y, Z persons, now, as I said, regulatories are coming forefront to you virtually. You can put forward your queries. They also arrange the e-meetings also. Once they found that yes, your questions and kind of ideas are relevant, they arrange e-meetings with you, and then they solve your all the questions and queries, and then they prepare a roadmap for you. So that you focus more, what everybody is right now, my previous speakers said, okay, we have to focus more on like company like them have to more focus on kind of exploitation and scalability. Companies like SIR have to focus more on kind of, you can say, development of R&D. Now we need somebody who can think about this regulatory pathway so that bridge between academia, industry can be fulfilled. So that regulatory pathway need to be exploited very well, and I think Kerala government should take initiative in that segment so that we can found something will come out from this state of Kerala, which is very fantastic, having a lot of ecosystems are there, education is fundamentally very good, but only the thing what I missed in this 2 days forum also, there is no regulatory person. That's why I commented yesterday to someone. We need a regulatory key person also over here who can guide all the forum. Okay, boss, this is the thing what we are expecting from you. You came out with a fundamental good research papers or maybe good patent. Okay, it is good for academic purpose. But it may not be good for the marketing purpose, because for marketing purpose, you need to follow the pathway that we have established at the central level or maybe at international level if you are targeting international. So I think in that perspectives, every researchers who are sitting behind this audience and who are sitting in front, who are the policy decision makers, they have to think in that perspectives. So that is my call. And second question, sir, lastly regarding the Bioconnect, which I have visited. Of course, it is recently started by Kerala government, but good move. And I think the forum like these, which they are organizing things last year, I think Dr. Ramnath sir said last year also this Bioconnect 1.0 has happened. This is the second year. So these efforts will bridge the gap and the kind of ecosystem the Kerala government would like to see that can be realized maybe in next 5 to 6 years. That I can be able to visualize. Thank you.
Thank you, Manish. And before I go to Dr. Srikumar and Pushpak, a quick question to you, Snehit, and just remove your Big Pharma Zydus cap for a moment. If you were to think from in the last couple of days, at least I met 3 potential innovators. And it was very surprising because one of them was doing his 3rd year MS in orthopedic surgery. He's working on a completely innovative product in COPD and asthma. I mean, it's fantastic. But if you remove your Zydus cap, large pharma cap, what would you, for the audience sitting behind the youngsters, what would your quick advice would be in terms of if I want to enter this biopharma, not necessarily vaccine, but a biopharma environment? what would be your advice?
Okay. So the advice to the students would be students or anyone who is pursuing biopharma as a startup or getting into some innovative therapies, the collaboration that is one of the most important things because it's going to be very, very high capital intensive activity. Because this is basically a capital intensive activity with very high risk of failure and very low risk of success. So the patients, right collaboration with right environment, the ecosystem which now currently the Kerala government is providing is a very, very welcome move for all the people who are entering into this segment. That would be my advice. And if you want to pitch it to the large organization, because currently the large organizations are also very, very open-armedly taking the ideas. If there would be a certain scale of commercialization, if there is a potential investment which can happen, definitely there will be a good funding which can come to you from large startup as well. So that is my take, because currently we see, not currently myself because I am involved in the other department, but I am into a new product development, CFT collaboration. There are a lot of new startups are pitching us with certain products which are very, very important from the technology point of view for development. A lot of companies who are developing newer adjuvants which can enhance the vaccine capabilities, or efficacy are coming to us. They're pitching it in the right direction, and I have seen 1 or 2 tie-ups which has happened in a recent time. I can't confidentially, because of the confidentiality, I can't give the names here, but there are very young startups who have been identified and been supported and has been imbibed in the larger organization for at a developmental stage itself.
Thank you.
That's my point.
Thank you, Sneh. I think that's encouraging that a big pharma is looking at young developers, innovators, and startups. Before, I have 2 questions for Dr. Srikumar and to Snehit also in terms of core vaccines. But before I come to that, a quick, because I wanted to, the topic was vaccines and industry. I wanted to focus a little more on vaccines, but I'll come to Dr. Srikumar and Snehit in a moment. But Pushpak, you are in a company environment where you're an innovator, you're a global pharma company, you have your local portfolio, your in-license portfolio, you have a huge innovator vaccine. I want you to look at, my question to you is, when in the light of your experience, international and domestic collaborations, IP licensing programs, tech transfers, all that you have done, how can these initiatives enhance Indian manufacturing of global biopharmaceuticals at affordable prices and improve access? And when I ask that question, I'm not asking that question only, not only for manufacturing biosimilars. I'm talking about biopharmaceuticals, even novel biotherapeutics.
See, the collaboration between innovators and domestic players is common, and it works when there is mutual goals are established and mutual benefit goals are achieved. And I'll give you an example. If access is a goal for the innovator, and if the partner is going to provide that access, then that's meeting mutual goal. But coming to your point about manufacturing, I would slightly expand this, because there are licensing and then there is tech transfers and then there are IP licenses. But when you license in product, it depends on what stage you are licensing in. So if you do an early stage licensing, phase 1, phase 2, then, as a partner, I have the responsibility to do the phase 3 trials, file for the regulatory filings and get the approval. Now, for a domestic player, then that becomes, an area of learning as to trial design. Given that that product is already there, the innovator probably is doing this in other markets, how that can be adopted to the Indian environment or the markets in which they are planning. And the trial design can play an important role in terms of regulatory timelines, approvals, and so on. So it's sort of lot of experience is to be gained when we license products at an early stage. When you do it at a later stage, particularly when the product is already, let's say, filed, ready and commercialized in some other markets, primarily the experience of the domestic players is in two parts. First is in area of market development, because when you have a first-in-class product and you're launching it in India or in a market where that product was not available, then you need to do therapy shaping, you need to do concept development, you need to really shape the entire market itself, and that's very different from competing based on let's say distribution and price alone. So that's a different experience, and that's what we gain. If you look at tech transfers, and typically tech transfers we see from the point of view when there is a capacity constraint, either with the innovator or they don't want to be present in certain geography. When you tech transfer or when you do these kind of let's say collaborations, the innovator will impose or innovator will demand the quality norms, the regulatory norms, the manufacturing norms. So when you partner as a partner, the partner benefits out of that those demands, because you need to invest into standardizing procedure, scale up validity. You need to invest into data collection, data integrity, various processes, and that in a way raises the entire capability itself, which can be then leveraged for variety of other things, and particularly when when you want to go into the developed market. So these partnerships can have benefits not only in the clinical stage, but along with the manufacturing area, which can help raise the standard. So that's where I see this.
So what I hear is that there is definitely a benefit. You improve your own manufacturing standards, your own clinical standards, your own quality standards if you collaborate. So thanks, Pushpak. Let me, with Dr. Srikumar sitting here, I have to ask a question on vaccine development because he is the domain expert. So, Dr. Srikumar, we've been reading a lot about these platform, development, innovative delivery platforms, common cell-based, nano vaccines. What is your opinion about these platforms? Are you working on any of them, or do you plan to look at those platforms? And a follow-up question to that is that there is also some discussion going around in terms of from a regulatory perspective that, do you believe that a single platform approved platform could be utilized to develop multiple vaccine products? So these are two questions. So it will enhance the speed to market. So these are the two questions.
Regarding this innovative delivery platforms that has come up, so 20 years back, if you look at the vaccine scenario, we had only the attenuated vaccines and inactivated vaccines, and when you look at the manufacturing process itself, either you have to culture these viruses or this infectious agent in very large quantities, and the processing needs a biosafety requirement that is, especially in the manufacturing sector, it becomes extremely difficult to maintain. Even the batch-to-batch variability and the consistency, efficacy of the product, everything was a big challenge when we were going for the conventional vaccines. So during the process of maybe 20 years back, or maybe during my master's time, I used to listen about this DNA vaccine concept. So it had a lot of advantages over the conventional vaccines. But it took a much longer time, thanks to COVID, that this nucleic acid vaccine technology came into the market. So all these newer platforms are essentially focusing on the key requirement of a vaccine, that is the immunogenicity. So we will only play with those proteins or antigens which are required for imparting the required immune response. We will remove all the unwanted elements from the vaccine preparation. So that improves the efficacy of the vaccine as well as the reduces significant side effects. Unlike drugs or therapeutics that we use, which is used in a person who has a disease, vaccine is always used in a healthy individual. So vaccine, in fact, vaccine is never administered in a person who has even a common cold or any other disease, unlike it is a therapeutic vaccine. So we have to be extremely cautious about the quality of the vaccine, about the side effects of the vaccine, and otherwise the public perception on the vaccine itself is a big challenge for the manufacturers and also for the administrators. So that is why the newer platforms offer a much more confidence in the vaccine, and also like many traditional vaccines, we know about the humoral arm of the immune response, cell-mediated arm of the immune response. So this, equally manipulating these both or stimulating both the arms of the immune response may become essential in certain cases. So that is also satisfied by the new generation vaccines. So that is why the technology is getting a boost recently. And also the manufacturing becomes much easier than the conventional vaccine. Now coming to the a common approved platform for a regulatory clearance, a classical case I would say is the COVID vaccine. So when you look at one of the first vaccine in the whole history of vaccinology, which got to the market or maybe got approval in 2 or 3 months time, maybe it's a historical development or progress that we could achieve, was the chimpanzee adenovirus-based the Chadox vaccine, that is Covishield vaccine that we had all used. In fact, the Oxford laboratory, they were focusing on vaccines for other emerging infections like Ebola and MERS and other diseases, but not on COVID. And suddenly, this COVID outbreak started, and they had to make a vaccine immediately, and they had the platform ready with them. And if you read the book by Sarah Gilbert, The Vaxxers, she has very beautifully explained how they could switch over this platform from one particular parent vaccine, that Ebola that they were making, to this COVID vaccine within no time. So it's kind of you can say even it's a kind of a bulb holder where you change the color of the bulb, the holder remains the same. That kind of a technology, so that the basic construct is the same, you keep on changing the immunogen. So once the backbone is approved, it becomes easy for the regulator also to look into the consequences of this vaccination and get these things approved. So that way, if we have this kind of a newer technology for making the vaccine, definitely it becomes much easier for making newer vaccines much faster, and also the pandemic preparedness or new infections we can tackle in a much better way.
So, yeah, correct. I think that's an important point. And also, market entry becomes very fast. Just a related question, Snehit, from a commercial perspective. Looking at, certain specific groups of potential development of vaccines I'm looking at. My question to you is, we have 12 minutes left. We need to leave some time for the audience. So, immunocompromised elderly population. Do you see them as a potential group for in vaccine development?
Thank you, because this question is going to be very much related to the opportunity of life sciences in the coming time, not only for India, Kerala, but also worldwide. Most of the experts will agree, because there is a data point on what we are discussing every time. World is aging, which has been discussed in last panel also. Approximately in US currently, what they are estimating it by 2050, there approximately 18 to 19% of population would be in an age group which is more than 60. This is US and developing countries. If you talk about India, by 2050, because we are known currently as a young country, around 20% of our overall population, so estimatedly 40 crores population today would be in more than 60 age group. With the aging, the immunosenescence comes into picture. A lot of infectious disease can be impacted. There will be a chronicity for this whole population. The question is, are we ready for that big problems which we are going to face from the healthcare point of view? Not only about the infrastructure, but mostly from the health economics perspective. So when we're talking about health economics perspective, the vaccine is one of the things which plays a very, very important role. I'll just give you a fact and data which I've read recently. In US, they have done a 30 years of modeling, and they have estimated that 4 vaccine preventable diseases, pneumococcal influenza, tetanus, and some, I think it's diphtheria or something. They have estimated that in 30 years, their overall current, the healthcare cost in this age group who are chronically, there might be some chronic infection. When this vaccine preventable diseases get into the hospitalization, OPD cost and overall cost is something around USD for 20 billion, which is going to raise to around 50 billion. And the cumulative cost of this overall vaccine preventable diseases is approximately 1.3 trillion. Now that is a cost which is going to come to US. The best part is that they have done this modeling because they have already seen that there is something which is going to come in future. Are we ready for it? That is a big question. And have we done the modeling? Because in next 20 years of time, we would be the aging country with the same structure. If we have influenza today or pneumococcal, or sir is talking about the platform and the newer development which NIV is doing, and most of the people are identifying. Can we identify the local current pandemic identification? Pandemic preparedness is one part of it because it is going to come up, in emergency. But what about the diseases which already people are suffering from? There are approximately 290,000 plus hospitalization happens only because of influenza-related complication, which is also a healthcare cost. So how can we reduce that? And if we can go into that particular segment, it's not only about vaccine. Vaccine is one of the important part which is going to play a very, very important role for reducing the health economics burden and saving lives. But with that, there is also a prognosis, pre-diagnosis of a disease. Therapeutic vaccine, which sir was already mentioning, and I think you are already working on that, which can reduce the overall, the disease progression or chronicity of the diseases, which also is a very, very important part in health economics for India. Second important development, which the genomics is one part. I think a lot of people have already spoken about the personalized vaccine, that when we sequence the genome, we can identify the personalized thing, what can be put into. That would be our future for next 4 to 5 years. But most important thing is with the current platform, with the right adjuvant, because that is also one of the biggest area of research which has to be conducted. With the right adjuvant, if it is safe, if it improves the immune responses, in lower dose of vaccine, we can have a higher impact of immunogenicity. That is also one part of research which can be looked up, and I will appeal to all the people who are actually working in life sciences and having a startup or working on it, that adjuvant is one of the most important thing for India. We are already a huge manufacturers. In coming time, our manufacturing capacity is going to increase. But if you want to multiply our production capacity, we need to reduce the doses, and the reduced doses, if we can achieve that, that efficiency of the vaccine which we are expected, adjuvants are going to play a very, very important role. So that's my point, sir.
Thank you. And we have almost 7 minutes left. I have a couple of questions. Manish, quickly, from coming to novel biotherapeutics, I'm not talking about replicating and biosimilars. Do you see, like we are not, I wouldn't say missed, we are not in the NCE buses yet. We have not got onto the NCE bus. Do you see us at any point of time looking at, from a biopharmaceutical perspective, I know a lot of products are going off patent and there's a lot of business opportunity. While the companies exploit that business opportunity, do you see an opportunity for us going into the novel biotherapeutics with the kind of infrastructure, the kind of expertise, the kind of talent, the labs, the regulatory, the clinical research, all these infrastructure we have? Do you see us sometime reaching that? And a quick answer because we are running short of time.
Okay. So you rightly pitched, sir. Okay, many times we feel that the research means something totally new. But what we say incremental innovation, that is also very important in terms of technological landscape, in terms of the progress of any kind of the products, whether it is a biopharma, vaccines or anything, any platforms. So in this aspect, the very important thing which we might miss is to develop and to perform incremental research. The researchers who are sitting in the backside, you people have to see that what is happening worldwide. Because sometimes during the project ideation, we found the idea is very good, but whether idea is having sufficing the requirement of 3I, the basic principle of patentability, we might miss that thing. And just I was reading our annual report published by the Patent Office of India. When I was a professor at university, I was giving the example of Kerala state. Because Kerala was the first state in the 2008 which published a policy for IPR. No national level policy we have. We have our national policy in 2016. No state level policy any state has, but only the Kerala was the first state who has an IPR policy. But unfortunately, I don't know where the missing the gaps. The facts of last year, 2022 and 23, that state that India overall patent files were 82,000 plus. Almost 8,000 patents filed from the Maharashtra state. Similar number, a little bit more than from the Tamil Nadu. So Tamil Nadu is number one, 8,100 something. Maharashtra is the second. Kerala, out of 82,000, is 495. Though the policy was available since 2008, that means ecosystem may not be nurtured during that period of time. So I think my humble submission to all the policy holders who are sitting over here, we have to cultivate. This policy is a one document, but you have to do a little bit more. And I can see that why Tamil Nadu has done it. Because I think yesterday somebody from IIT Madras, he said the kind of ecosystem that people have developed. So a lot of industry, a lot of academia are using patent search as a first tool to select their project and select a problem, because industry has a many problem. But how to solve it? There are many ways to solve it, but whether it's a patentable or not. So in that context, if every researcher will start thinking, and after filtering your ideas by patent search, and if it is patentable, then and then only if you can select that solution to next level of the lab scale, and then of course, company like who are sitting on both of my side, they can fill, yes boss, okay, you have a good proof of concept, and I think their first question to any startup would be, do you have a patent? Without patent, they will not even entertain any startups to come to their company to pitch the idea. So that is what I think it is missing. And if you come out with that, with incremental ideation, not completely rocket science is required, because they people need some incremental innovation to come out with the additional edge in the market, which can reduce, you can say, the delivery time, which can increase the viability, which can increase the ease of the patient. So new type of a delivery system, instead of injectable, you can come with a different type of delivery system for the vaccines or maybe biopharmaceuticals. So that is a requirement of the age. And if you people start working on that, I think maybe the next 5 years, because it is incremental thing, it requires some change in the mindset. And next 5 years, we can see more increase in the number of, you can say, patent filing from the state of Kerala. And that is what our expectation we are coming next time, maybe in the future. Thank you.
Okay, so I actually had two questions, but I don't know if we have time for that. I quickly, Dr. Srikumar, I want to ask the other question to Pushpak as well, because that's one of the most important pieces. Are you in your institute, or do you plan to work on areas that are being increasingly explored, and we've discussed bits of it, oncology and infectious diseases?
Right now we have one scientist who is interested in oncogenic viruses, and maybe vaccines related to oncogenic viruses at some point we'll be using. We'll be interested in. But we have not started on chronic infections and other oncogenic viruses as a major project. But right now the focus is on the acute viral infections.
Okay. But at some point you would look at this.
Exactly.
Okay. And Pushpak, last question to you, the most important question, and many innovators have an issue with that. If you can summarize quickly, you are from large pharma, and so keep that thought away. What are the critical components if an innovator has to go to market?
I think I would say three, and I'll kind of summarize as well. First and foremost is prioritize, because when we are a startup, we really need to make choices, and those choices need to be hard. Even large pharma, when they started, they have made those choices. You can look back Gilead, you can look back Amgen as well. Second, your trial program or drug program, research program, make it efficient. Try and get more out of, whatever investment is there. Third is, be ready to pivot. And you spoke about platform, Dr. Sri Kumar. When you have a platform, you're doing a study and the market's requirement changes, our ability to pivot really will determine whether a startup can, move forward or not. So those are three things. I would also highly recommend that, influential people should be part of the advisory panel because they can provide you access to their networks, and that can be extremely beneficial. I will kind of summarize it in two ways. If you look at it as a two-axis question, on one axis, on x-axis, if it is financial investment and risk, and on y-axis is profit potential and marketing control. And if you plot where you are at that point in time, you should make decisions based on the best point of value realization. Because if we make that decision, keeping this financial consideration in mind, then all the stakeholders gain. Because there is value which is getting created not just for the startup, but it's also for the other partners in the ecosystem. So keeping that financial, discipline, prudence, and this two-axis sort of a model really will be my, kind of suggestion.
Thank you. I think we've had an excellent discussion, and any questions that the audience will have? Yeah.
This program was called as Partnering Academic and Industrial Research. It is wherein an industry will sponsor the research of a candidate, and the Kerala State Council Science and Technology as a government agency would become a nodal agency to put them into any of the institutes that is nearby. Now the first one, it was started 8 years back. The first one was with Winwish. I think Pius missed to say that the first program started with that because it's very important, because it's an open platform. Any industry can walk in to use it. This is the program is like that on an industrial problem. The industry chooses a problem and they want to work through a student on something which they want to develop. Winwish was the first one to come in, and what they wanted to have a handheld Raman spectroscope to be made. A student was selected, and she was given a financial support by the Winwish company. And Kerala State Council for Science and Technology had given the contingency grant. She was chosen and she started working in National Institute of Interdisciplinary Science because it was an optoelectronics related program. The student joined there. We chose 2 experts there and then we connected to them, and she was registered for PhD, and she did her PhD, completed her PhD in 3 years' time. A manpower was developed by the company through her, and a prototype handheld Raman spectroscope was made. She was taken back to the industry. So, it was a win-win situation between the industry and the institution, connected by the Kerala State Council for Science and Technology. The platform is open now. Dr. Ramchand's Maggenome also had a program. It was for a postdoctoral fellowship. So they sponsored the candidate for that, and we wanted to develop magnetic nanoparticles for DNA extraction. That was also a successful program. Tejo Engineering, Chennai, had another program on a polymer technology. They have taken a student, and the student is working now. So what I'm saying is that this model is existing with a government agency. Kerala government's vision is far ahead, because we started this program 8 years back and still it is continuing. And I'm asking many of the companies over here, you could make use of this opportunity. if you have to train a candidate, I know that how much of expense you have. And maybe that the candidate, if you sponsor somebody and if you train somebody spending so much of money, you are not sure whether the candidate is going to stick to that place. But this is a case where you are given a PhD program to a candidate. The candidate gets trained with a very meager amount that you invest, a fellowship given. That is decided by this. And this is being monitored consistently. That's why that girl could complete the program in 3 years' time. She made that prototype Raman spectroscope, and I'm sure that I don't know whether Pius is here or not. He missed that. They wanted to market it, and I'm sure that it would be in the market. So this is a kind of a model that is available with the Kerala State Council for Science and Technology. It has got 8 institutions within its jurisdiction. It controls 8 institutions, and Trivandrum, as you know, that is a hub of institutions like Institute of Advanced Virology, Sritra. We can connect it to any of the institute, and then the platform is open. I'm sure, because we were concerned about the academic, industrial. If you just approach an industry may not come. So with this kind of setup with the government, the first time in the country, I'm sure that even IIT wanted to have this to be translated over there. The first time in the country, this was started. So I'm so happy that I was instrumental in doing this when I was advisor to the Kerala.
Excellent.
So it is open to all industrialists to make this a forum where you can make use of this opportunity to put your idea to be translated into a product or a process through a student, either a PhD student or a postdoc. Sorry for taking some time, but then I thought maybe that I should say
it's extremely important.
30 seconds.
No, please go ahead.
This is based on one of the comments, queries you made, whether anybody is doing novel biologics in India, other than biosimilars, and you also mentioned that hardly anybody is doing NC. So our company has developed 2 novel biologics against VEGF. One is for macular degeneration and diabetic retinopathy. The first one is reaching phase 1 in US. We submitted for an IST, some queries came, now we are going for a full phase 1. We did not go to India. That's only different. But otherwise, the entire thing, end to end, we have developed here. Now, the second molecule for diabetic retinopathy, and third one we are developing, it is basically for much better pharmacokinetic profile. This is a bispecific one. For example, VEGF at both the sites, the antibody will bind. And the second one, a tetravalent one, will be binding to both VEGF as well as angiogenesis to inhibit both the things, mainly for neovascularization. So it is happening, but let me also tell you, we are the only one to get C6 approval, C3 and C6 approval from RCGM.
Very good. That's excellent. I think we need more examples. I don't know, we have time or should we wind up? We need to, I'm sorry, we can, maybe sir, on quick comment.
We developed a new spectroscopy. That is for the development that we need a list of existing spectroscopies used in pharma industry, so that we will have a trial to compare both.
Yeah, maybe Manish want.
So we can start discuss. I think it is 1-to-1 question.
Yeah, maybe we can have an offline discussion.
With,
And I would like to thank the panel for an excellent discussion and thank the organizers for having this discussion. Thank you very much.
Thanks to all the experts for enlightening us on the recent development and future of vaccine and pharma industry. May I now call upon Dr. Usha Thikkadet for honoring Dr. Balagopal with a memento as a token of our gratitude. Dr. Balagopal to kindly hand over the memento to all our esteemed panelists.
So now we are breaking for a networking lunch. So for all the delegates, lunch is arranged on the first floor. And for the speakers, panelists and the moderators, please make your way to Malabar Cafe on the ground floor. And we will reconvene the afternoon session at 2:15 p.m. Enjoy your lunch. revolutionize the way we approach diagnostics, treatment, and even personalized medicine. We are privileged to have with us a panel of experts who are shaping the future of AI-driven healthcare solutions. Their insights will help us understand both the current landscape and future potential of these transformative technologies.
Now, without further delay, I am delighted to invite our panelists to the stage. Dr. Vipin Arar, Founder CEO, iOrbit Digital Technologies. Dr. Jaya Jain, Head Digital Pathology at Pramana. Dr. Bipin Nair, Dean Life Sciences, in School of Biotechnology, Amrita Vishwa Vidyavitam. Dr. Raju Ree, Project Head, Kerala Genome Data Center. And Dr. Sri Kumar, Founder, Nutrigenomics, Aham Precision Wellness Palliative Care Hospital. To moderate this session, may I now call upon Dr. C.N. Ramchand, Director CLIP, and co-founder and CEO, Maggenome Technologies Private Limited. So please
welcome on the stage. Now, it's my pleasure to introduce our esteemed moderator, Dr. C.N. Ramchand. Dr. Ramchand, the Director of CLIP and co-founder and CEO of Maggenome Technologies Private Limited, is a prominent figure in the biotechnology and life science sectors, bringing wealth of experience in research and entrepreneurship. His leadership at innovation-driven companies like Maggenome has significantly advanced both health sciences and agri-foods. He has received his PhD from MS University, Baroda, and he has 13 years of teaching and research experience at University of Sheffield, UK. In addition to his role at Maggenome, Dr. Ramchand serves as CEO of Theragen Molecular Innovations Private Limited and Director of Theragen Biologics Private Limited in India and US. He has been honored as a Fellow of the Kerala Academy of Life Sciences and holds the prestigious position of Professor of Practice at MG University. Furthermore, he contributes to academia as a visiting professor at Swinburne University, Australia. He has introduced over 200 different products in the pharma, biotech, nutra, medical devices, and has 60 plus international patents and 100 plus publications. So, the stage is yours, sir.
Thank you very much. This is going to be a slightly different session than all the sessions what you had. Yesterday we had a session on nutraceuticals and agri-foods. That day I mentioned. We also wanted to have in that session on nutrigenomics. So what has happened, Dr. Sri Kumar was supposed to be there yesterday. Then we suddenly decided, why don't we bring artificial intelligence and nutrigenomics? So that also is added. Apart from that one, multiple areas of medical technology, whether it is diagnostics, drug discovery, genomics, and various areas will be covering, and we have real experts are there over here. Before that, let me tell you that artificial intelligence is a buzzword now. Everyone is using as artificial intelligence, especially all of you know what is ChatGPT. It's quite easy to use. But how to develop that one? So that we don't know. So that is some of the things what we are going to discuss over here. And before that, let me also tell you a few things. For example, diagnostics. What all things has been done? So I've been involved with one of the eye hospitals, in Chennai. Sri Shankara, Shankar Nethralaya. So they have 1 million plus, the retinal scanning images are there, and they are collaborating with Google. So what they have found is that, with developing, what they are doing is that scans, about that 20 or 30 years of images are there, they have scanned and digitized, then that they are correlating with various eye diseases. For example, diabetic macular degeneration, diabetic retinopathy, diabetic macular edema. Like that, at least 7 or 8 kind of diseases are there. And they identified that, it is possible to tell whether someone is going to get this disease based on this algorithm. So what they have done is that, prospectively also they have studied. Last 3 or 4 years they have been doing this one. So this is probably one of the earliest things what we know. Then I was discussing with somebody in UK, and she's a cardiovascular surgeon, and what she was involved with, the same retinal scanning, how this can be related to various cardiovascular events. Now, how the retina and cardiovascular diseases are connected. Now, the basis is like this. If you have, all the diseases are connected to genetics. Once you have a gene or SNPs or mutations, this way, somewhere or other will be connected to the phenotype. This means that, there is all chances of that your retinal, for example, what they have found is that, there is variations in the retinal when they are scanning that one. So they could correlate the retinal, that images to cardiovascular events, and they can, with 95% certainty, they can predict that somebody is going to get a cardiovascular event or they have already got. So this is an example. Now, if you are further going, can this be done for other scanning? Of course, if you can do the liver scanning, you will be able to predict many things for the future. Now, I was just thinking whether the same thing can be done for skin scanning. Because if you see, superficially, if you see the skin will be having all these lipids, proteins, multiple proteins, and probably underneath that one you can also have DNA, RNA, various proteins, etc. So whether the variations in that can be identified by scanning or other Raman spectroscopy, which is possible, because if you see Raman spectroscopy analysis, see the electronic configuration and changes associated electromagnetic radiation which is emitted will be varying, and can that be done? So these are some of the things which is coming up. Now see the genomic area in drug discovery. One of the requirements that drug discovery is extraordinarily complex, which that probably only few drugs have come up, only 400 plus NCs have come up. Main reason is what? The development of the various, the targets. The target identification is very complex. Classically, it is extraordinary. It took several years for identifying a novel target. Things have changed. Now it is something called genotype-phenotype analysis. What you do is that, complete genome analysis and the SNPs or mutation, mainly SNPs, how it is associated with the phenotype, and correlating that, you will be able to identify what is the target, because metabolic pathway analysis is there. Now, the same thing using genomics and artificial intelligence can significantly reduce the time. For example, whether at a later period can we, theoretically it is possible, because I don't hear anybody is telling that, whether by scanning superficially where DNA is there, whether you will be able to identify the SNPs. What I feel is that 50 years from now, you can see that it will come up, because electronic configuration associated with a mutation is different. And if you really analyze Raman spectroscopy, that is what it is telling. So there is a change in the electromagnetic radiation. Whether can that be associated with this alterations in the mutation and connecting to the phenotypic changes and identifying novel targets. Now we also have nutrigenomics. There is two things in this one. One is precision nutrition and personalized nutrition, and that is what Dr. Srikumar will be telling. What is nutrigenomics and nutrigenetics? I will tell you as an example. Nutrigenomics is interaction of your ligand or whatever you are eating, nutritional supplements, how it interacts with a certain DNA or protein, and how that changes the transcription and translation process. A simple example is that, for example, fish oil. Fish oil, various people will, various ways will be interacting, because fish oil can interact with the peroxisome proliferator activated receptor, what is called PPR, alpha, beta, gamma, and delta. So this interacts, and subsequently the transcription and translation process changes. So now that can reduce. For example, those who are continuously taking fish oil, their overall inflammation will come down, because the inflammatory protein like cyclooxygenase, lipoxygenase, prostaglandin, leukotriene, all these can come down. But then again, also that depends on the genomics of the person. So this particular aspects is called nutrigenomics. There is ample examples are there. Another one is, if you know that, there are some people don't even have to eat to put on weight. There are other people and other kind of people like, any amount of food they eat, they don't put on weight. Why? Because the way which absorbed, metabolized and excreted the food is different. That depends on your genomics. Another very interesting example I will tell you. You might have seen both father and mother will be very lean, but suddenly the child will be obese, and that obesity will continue. You know what is the reason? One of my friend from University of Buffalo is identified. It's a very famous research finding. What he has found is that, the first trimester, if mothers take a lot of carbohydrates, what will happen is that, the methylation takes place in the epigenetics happening, and this finally, and what he has found is that pyruvate dehydrogenase complex, that's the key enzyme which is involved, and which is involved in obesity problem. Another one, example of nutrigenetics. If you see the enzyme which is involved in the milk, lactase. Now, lactose intolerance. You know why lactose intolerance? There are some people, either they are deficient in lactase, one thing. If you are deficient in lactase, lactose will not be hydrolyzed. The second thing is that there will be an SNP or mutation associated with that one, which will not bind the lactose to the lactase, and it will not be hydrolyzed. So this particular aspect is called nutrigenetics. So these are some of the things what we are going to discuss today. And I think without many other things I wanted to discuss, but since time is not there, let me first introduce our panel. And so let me give the first introduction to Dr. Bipin Nair. By the way, that we studied at the same place, MS University, Baroda, but he was junior to me. So he did PhD there. I also did PhD there, but 2, 3 years, 4 years junior to me. Yeah. Dr. Aksha, she's sitting there. She's also from MS University. And Dr. GM Nair also is there. So, yeah. Right now, Professor Bipin Nair is Dean Life Sciences, Professor of School of Biotechnology, Amrita University, PhD Microbiology, MS University, Baroda, Postdoc, Pharmacology at UT Memphis, and Research Manager, MTS Pharma Services, Seattle. And currently Dean Amrita School of Biotech, Vice Chair, Indian AMR Innovation Hub, reporting to Principal Scientific Advisor, DST Center for Excellence for AMR Research. He has 275 plus publications, 14 patents, and editorial in multiple journals, editorial board. Then the second Bipin is Bipin RR. Bipin we became friends through artificial intelligence. He wanted to see how drug discovery can be achieved through. That's what our discussion initiated. His team came to my office, and we have some kind of collaboration started. Bipin has done his BTech from from Trivandrum only, Trivandrum School of Engineering, then MTech from BITS Pilani, then his MBA from IIM Bangalore. So he was the vice president of Tata Helix. Then he thought that he was too young to be Tata Helix. He's very young anyway, even now. Tata Helix vice president. So he decided to start his own company, iOrbit, a very successful company. Thank you very much for all the way coming from Bangalore and driving and coming. And Dr. Raju, because I'm not going to read this because it is going to take time. So Dr. Raju did his MBBS from Calicut University, 47th batch, 46th batch. So I did not make much of a difference. So after that, he decided he will not go for kind of clinical practice. So he decided to go for jobs. So multiple pharmaceutical company, he is the medical director. And then subsequently he decided to join some of our group. And right now he is the executive director for Kerala Genome Data Center. So he will be talking about Kerala Genome Data Center and how that data generated, because it's a very interesting concept which came from Kerala government, because you know that Kerala has got tremendous biodiversity. Somebody yesterday was telling that 20% of the various biodiversity that can be really seen in Kerala, whether it is plants, also virus. That's why very lot of viral diseases are coming, microorganisms. And the people, different types of people also you can see here. But then human genome will not be sequenced right now, but all other things will be sequenced. Okay. That is Dr. Raju and Dr. Sri Kumar is a medical doctor. He is an ENT surgeon, but decided to go into industry. So his company is into nutrigenomics, and he is founder AHAM Precision Wellness Palliative Care Hospital, founder Integrative BioWell Precision Medicine, founder Saukya Foundation, founder Wellness Solution, founder Nutrigenomics, and founder Indian Nutritional Medical Association. So you probably will be having a very interesting discussion with Dr. Sri Kumar. Dr. Jaya also, we have, I think, 3 doctors in this panel. 1, 2, 3 doctors are there. So because, it is connected to artificial intelligence and medical diagnostics, so I think it's the right panel. And Dr. Jaya Jain, she has done her MBBS, DCP, DNP in pathology and fellowship in molecular pathology and genomics. Her education in anatomic and clinical pathologist and fellowship in molecular pathology and genomics. She has done MBBS from NSCB Medical College, Jabalpur, and diploma in clinical pathology from Gandhi Medical College, Bhopal. She is board certified National Board Examinations, India. And she was senior resident pathology, Medina Hospital, Gurgaon, consultant oncopathologist, core diagnostic, Gurgaon. And many more are there. So probably on the way we can discuss that. I think I have introduced everybody, I think. Yeah. Okay. So let us start with Dr. Raju Rees, because he is also connected with Kerala Genome Database. Can you briefly tell about the ethics that should be followed in artificial intelligence? Because, anything connected to medical diagnostics or, drug discovery, clinical trial, ethics are very important. And please discuss about that.
Yes, ethics is very much a matter of concern in this era of a lot of data being used, misused across diagnostics, healthcare. So we are all moving packets of data, if you look at it, because where we browse the internet or we travel, we go to a social media, data is being generated. And for AI systems to work, we need to create a lot of data. And these are petabytes of data. And when we come to genomics, there are around 2 billion base pairs and again, a lot of data being generated. So the major part in the ethics part is to identify what are the privacy concerns. Because typically, a patient who signs up for a genomic test, they may not know that they are signing up to give this data for a research company to analyze the data and come with a new product or a set of services. We don't know. So getting patient consent is utmost important in this era where patients should be briefed very clearly on what this data is going to be used. That's number one. Second, since Dr. Ramchand worked a lot in clinical trials and drug development, in clinical trial industry, it is very clear that whatever is going to happen is crystal clear. A lot of times, the patient is videographed on giving the consent, and a lot of things are there. But in the AI, for example, look at ChatGPT, how they have built that model. A lot of people don't know because they started 10 years back, and that time there were not much laws on how the data is being extracted, used. So they just fed all the available literature in the world to a system, created algorithms, they were analyzing the data and coming with an LLM model. I don't know, a lot of people may not know this. This year, Time magazine came with a list of 100 people who are doing great in AI, and it had 2 film stars. One is Anil Kapoor from Bollywood, and then we had Scarlett Johansson from Hollywood. And I was very curious because these are not people who are in AI, right? So we had the CEO of NVIDIA, Sundar Pichai, all those people. So these 2 stars actually fought a legal battle because their faces, their, a lot of things that they used in the movies have been used to train AI. So ChatGPT Sky, which is a voice bot, is actually modeled on Scarlett Johansson's voice. So if you had seen the movie Her, it's about a man falling in love with a chatbot. And that's kind of happening right now because we have the Siri and voice is also coming up. So this is all use of AI in a non-ethical manner because Anil Kapoor doesn't know his voice is being used. Say, for example, Amitabh Bachchan's voice, right? It's everyone knows about it. What if it's used to train? And since these people's value is so much high that these people are fighting. But I believe that all of us are creating the data and this should have some ethical, the companies should be ethical enough to tell us what they're going to do with the data. That's one. Second is to create products and services. There are algorithms being created. At the same time, if you put garbage in, you get garbage out. So the quality of data is also should be monitored in a manner that we get great products. And on the LLM side, on the large language models, we have the OpenAI, who's built the first ones. Now we have Claude, Anthropic. We have the Llama models. Llama 3 got released. The Perplexity. So many companies coming up in this phase. And we are yet to see a Malayalam large language model. I've seen some in the GitHub. But having said that, on the ethical side, we need to be very careful what we are signing up for. So if we are going for a genetic test, you should understand the clauses which the companies are asking you to sign. Data, if you want to be in part of the research, you can sign up, but it should be anonymized patient data.
Yeah, one request to all of you that if we can, the answers can be reduced to about 2 to 3 minutes, that I'll be able to answer a lot of questions. And one more very quick question, because I wanted to ask that to you first. Can you tell about KGDC briefly? Because, that's an interesting concept Kerala government has done and what you are doing. Yeah. Because I'm also an advisor to that. Yeah. So I think he can explain that. Yeah.
So KGD is an endeavor by government of Kerala to create a high computing data infrastructure. And it's completely funded by government of Kerala. What we're trying to do is create an entire data center which will house all the genomic related data coming from plant genomics, animal genomics, microbial genomics, fisheries, and human. Currently for human, we only have approval for sickle cell anemia and dengue at this point in time, but we slowly would be getting approvals for other. The entire idea is that Kerala has a huge biodiversity. And we are a state which is very rich in biodiversity at the same time. There's a huge forest cover coming, starting from Kasaragod to Trivandrum. At the same time, all the pandemic, all these diseases like Nipah or Mpox, it's getting diagnosed in Kerala first. Why? Because the health system is really good here. At the same time, there has been zoonotic infections which can also happen. So we want to create this entire system so that we can skill the researchers to create jobs, especially in the bioinformatics era. For Bioconnect is actually built just to make sure that we get investments in a lot of antibody creation. So all these things can come up, but on a broad level, we're trying to add value to bioeconomy, skilling, also create medications, etc. on the pandemic preparedness side. And on a last point, we will be inviting grants to all the researchers in Kerala's 125 life science institutes, wherein grants will be given for you to do sequencing projects, which can be taken up by KGDC.
Thank you. My next question is to Dr. Bipin Nair. So this regarding, I don't know whether you are working on any Ayurvedic and related work, but at least I think you are quite interested in Ayurgenomics. So can you briefly tell about what exactly can be done with artificial intelligence and Ayurgenomics?
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Ramchand. That is an important area considering the fact that we are looking at data that is being generated through genomics that involves proteomics, metabolomics, and so on. But what we need to look at is over 1,000 years of data from Ayurvedic literature that is available, that is now, especially for us in Kerala, where we have a rich tradition of Ayurvedic formulations. What we could look at is there are more than 450,000 formulations that have now been assimilated into the traditional knowledge digital library, TKDL, an enterprise of the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, CSIR. So if we could bring to bear the technology of AI and sort of harness all the information that is there in Ayurvedic literature, and thereby, and Dr. Srikumar would be able to add to that, bring in the specificity of these formulations, because all of Ayurvedic literature does not really look at the mechanism of action of some of these formulations, except that they are effective. If we can bring to bear the advantage of machine learning from AI and look at all the data that is available in this kind of the TKDL, the Traditional Knowledge Digital Library, that could bring in more specificity for the Ayurvedic formulations that are there, and thereby enhance our ability to bring in that aspect of integrated medicine where we are looking at Ayurveda and you are looking at traditional knowledge, but you are bringing to bear the information from those aspects into conventional medicine, where we can look at biomarkers, we can look at targets, we can look at novel drug discovery, and thereby bring in that augmented approach to drug discovery. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. And my next question is to Dr. Bipin RR from iOrbit. It's a general question, because I understand that your company is now started doing some work on artificial intelligence and mainly medical technology, which is related to probably diabetes or metabolic disorders. So can you briefly tell about your company and what exactly in AI you are doing and how you are planning to take it to the next stage?
Yeah, hello. So iOrbit basically is a medtech product development company. So we do product development in multiple streams of medicine, starting from a concept or a research paper all the way to an FDA certified product with a back-end cloud infrastructure. So what's happening in an increased manner is that customers invariably want products to be more intelligent, more predictive, more, analytical, things like that. So that's where the concept of bringing up an AI and ML engine became a need for us. So I'll take just 2 minutes to explain the approach that we take to AI from a very industry perspective, and then, we will contextualize that. So the way we look at data within the scheme of AI ML as we do it at iOrbit is very different from the way it's traditionally looked at. So what's the traditional approach? Let's just take a minute to understand that. So the traditional approach is like Dr. Raju just explained, right? We have the image-based analysis. So if you have a image of some sort, be it an X-ray, be it an MRI, you've got different images, you basically do a CNN on that. You basically understand patterns of data, you understand variations of patterns of data, and then you are able to say if this is a diseased condition or not. You can detect a tumor, you can detect a cancer, all of that, right? Now, the other one, which is basically strictly language-driven, is what's used by ChatGPT, right? Which you just explained now. So what we are doing is we're looking at certain patterns of text as it is presented in classical literature or it's presented in verbal literature, and then you form tokens based on that. And the token-based network is used to understand what is the meaning of communication. That's the way a classical ChatGPT model works. The essence of it is pretty straightforward. The power of it is the amount of data that has been thrown into the process for it. So that's how the process works. Now, if you really look at the context of medical data and genomic data, and here's where the variation comes in, is it's a combination of both of these. You've got images and you've got text, right? You've got all these medical reports, you've got, analysis, you've got blood tests, you've got so much of data which is purely texture. And then there are some patterns to that. For example, hyper, they mean different things. So there's textual data, but there's also image data. So the way AML works now is you look at the image data, you apply the classical CNN model, you look at the text data, and you apply the classical ChatGPT type of approach. Now the problem is that it doesn't work together. And that's precisely where we have actually come up with a very innovative way in which we basically have to bring all of this into one common understandable mode. And we call that signals. So what we do is we take an information in an image file or an information in a text file and convert it into signal nodes. So that's what we do. And that's a very novel way of doing it. And once we do that, then what happens is we can actually analyze image data and textual data in the same manner, which is exactly how we would actually do it as human processing. You would read a pathology report, you would also look at an X-ray image, and then you make sense of it together, which is precisely how we do it. So we have a signal-based approach. I'll not go into explaining it because that's an hour to explain that. But so that's the approach that we take to AI/ML, and that's where, the power of using it in genomics, the power of using it in pharma, the power of using, so that becomes very powerful. And that's the essence of what we do. I hope that kind of clarifies the basic approach, but there's a lot more to it.
Yeah. So probably I will come with the next question later. My next question is to Dr. Sri Kumar. It's again a general question. So you have changed from, medicine practice into nutrigenomics. So what I understand is that precision nutrition and personal nutrition. So what exactly you are combining the precision or personal nutrition or nutrigenomics with artificial intelligence, and can you briefly tell to the people?
So good evening, and thank you very much for being here, and thank all the organizers. First of all, let me say, when I started the term nutrigenomics in India, the company director asked, what is this? I said, this is a new thing. So the company has been allotted to me. So the company name is under my name, Nutrigenomics. Now it is a generic thing, but at that time nobody was knowing what is nutrigenomics. I have gone deeper and deeper into this subject. And one of the things that I have to tell you is, it is, we used to say you are what you eat, but I will say you are not what you eat. You are what you digest, and then you are what you metabolize. But again, you metabolize as per the direction of your genes, and that is called nutrigenomics. So you have to balance your nutrition as per your genetic expression, or if you want to manipulate. So I have been practicing this for more than 22 years. Has actually started for as preventive aspect, but actually terminally sick patients came. I have to my credit more than 10,000 sick cancer patients who have been under my treatment and now living happily. So all over, not only in India, but also abroad and a lot of other countries. So why this came? Because we were following, because it is not, even though we say about give this food, this can be working on this patient, but most of the time, this will never work. What happens here is, you have to give a molecule that can be substantiating with the gene expression. So what you have to see, we came, especially this Bioconnect name, I am very happy because you have to give bioactive components. So when you eat a food or a vitamin or a mineral, that is what happens, especially when you eat a nutraceutical, it is not getting effective because it is not bioactive. Bioactive means it has to enter the cell and it work as per your genes. And second thing that is always saying, especially human genome is not going to be the full answer because we have microbiome that is coming in. We are 1 against 150. That is the genomic challenge that we are having. So if we have friendly bacteria supporting us, and then that means this nutrigenomics work. So microbiome has come in a big way, and a lot of researches are still happening, still in infant stage, I will say, but the molecules and other things will develop very faster. India has been phenomenal because yesterday I gave a lecture especially on peptides. So peptide therapy has very much advanced in China. We have to develop nanopeptides. Nanopeptides can travel to any distance because delivering the molecule to a particular area, especially that is where the artificial intelligence or technology can come. There can be delivering robotics, nanorobots, which can deliver the molecule at a particular area in 0 seconds. So this is the speed of actually our body works at the speed of light, and that is how it can work. So this is where the technology and the genomics, and especially one question came about, you can see somebody and you can see, find out the genomes. So we are coming into a stage, looking at the face or looking at the molecule. Even you take a hair and you can do the genome analysis. So it is very easy for understanding the genomes now. So now even with the expression, so you can imagine how from the space, even from the satellites can actually understand everything inside you. And that means even the genomes also will be very easily available very soon because when you go into so this is, what I have done is an innovation to industry and all these things I have been delivering to the people, to the patients. And now we have, I think I have developed the hospital called BioWell Hospital. So it is actually living well. That is a concept. So you have to live till the last breath. So that is the concept in which I have driven. So technology, artificial intelligence, and what all things is going to come up. So the genomics and microbiome, it is a vast topic. I know that it is, and we have done the final end stage. Product is delivering to the person and we are getting the results. So this is the concept that I am driving. So I think we can go further on that if you...
Thanks. Thank you. My next question is to Dr. Jaya Jain. What I understand is that, you have scanned, digitized probably 1 million plus histopathological slides. Now, these slides are for a particular disease, for example, a particular cancer or any other disease, or it is cross-sectional, whichever it is. And how that digitized data, is it for interpreting that particular, for example, one particular disease, or can you correlate with the other phenotype and, you will be able to come out with, okay, this particular type of, digitized scanning is that it can represent such a disease. Can you explain what exactly you are doing and, yeah.
First of all, I would like to thank the organizer for having me here for this panel discussion. And I am working at Pramana, and Pramana is working in digital pathology domain. So we have our scanner, whole slide image scanner, which can digitize the slide, and we do the quality analysis of the slide as well. So for the first part of the question, we have digitized around 5 million slides at Mayo Clinic, and those are across the spectrum of histopathology. And these are the slides which has been already been diagnosed with cases, and these are archival cases. So this is sort of data generation for the application of AI, because to apply the artificial intelligence, you need a digital copy of the slide so that we can do the pattern analysis on the basis of computer vision models. And for the second part of the question regarding the models and interpretation, so there are two ways of seeing it. First, if you take a data pertaining to a specific kind of disease, like let's suppose a cancer, breast cancer, then you can train a supervised model for a specific use case for diagnosing that, or like interpreting specific disease like that. But nowadays, with the vast majority of data that we are generating, there is a foundation model. So what I mean by foundation model is that it can work across the digitized slide, different diseases, all the diseases across. And most of the time it is trained in relation to the, like you have to see the pathology reports and as well as the histopathology slides. So image and text together, that way you generate the ground truth, and from the ground truth you can then start the foundation itself, the model itself. Like if we train the foundation model, which is unsupervised learning, it understands the pattern in the data itself, and those foundation model can work across the data, across the different disease type. And for a specific disease type, you can have the supervised learning, which is a specific kind of training to learn that. And with supervised learning, we are seeing better result for a diagnostic purpose, because in a medical industry, for the diagnostic, we need very high sensitivity and specificity for any algorithm to be FDA approved.
Yeah, in continuation to the same thing, what my question was slightly different and, extension of that one. So one is that, disease itself identifying, so instead of sending the slide to a pathologist going through microscope, then everything has to come from that person's experience. There is no other way. So now it will be a much quicker method because you have already digitized and the AI platform will predict this is this. My question is not that. So if you are talking about a slide, that is one part only, that the cancer part. But if you see other tissues are there, which is also related. For example, surrounding that cancer, it's related to the cancer part, and the cellular alterations will be there. So is it possible, because already it is doing 1 million plus, several million scanning you are doing, digitizing you are doing. So can the additional data generated in the algorithm, can you correlate with some other, because somebody going with a cancer and you can tell, oh, this person can get maybe liver cancer, maybe diabetes, maybe some stroke. Is it possible? This is the question.
So it is very much possible, because if you associate the medical images data like pathology with the data like genomics, then you can start predicting these kind of alteration from the images itself. Like, for example, we can see that we can predict EGFR mutation from lung cancer slide, and it can act as a screening tool. Like in the low resource setting, instead of going for a confirmatory test from PCR or next-gen sequencing, we can directly use this as a screening tool and then send it for confirmatory test only in patient subpopulation which is having those kind of alteration. And we can also interpret other kind, like if you have a longitudinal data. By longitudinal data, I mean the temporal data, like patient in a healthy state, and then when the screening was done initially, and then if patient is under regular screening, and when patient has the disease. So if you have the data from the beginning to the very end when patient has the disease, then we can analyze those kind of signature, whether you are extracting the DNA from blood or you are trying to correlate from the text data. And the similar application we have done in ECG, where we are trying to predict the early diseases in case of pulmonary hypertension, where normally it is the diagnosis is made on an invasive procedure where you have to measure the pulmonary artery pressure. So it is an invasive procedure. And though the disease itself is very poor prognostic disease. So with ECG, which is very easily available everywhere, we can predict the early signs of pulmonary artery hypertension.
So simply this means that, when you are digitizing all these millions of these images, so you should be also getting other phenotypic change, various biochemical and, disease associated, every data, probably about thousands of such data will be there. Is that what you are doing?
Yeah.
Okay. Then that answers the thing. So my next question is to Dr. Bipin. So how artificial intelligence can be used? Because, I know certain aspects artificial intelligence is used. For example, there is a docking, that generation of in silico screening, because most of the protein, there is structures are there. Three-dimensional conformations are there. The same way, any of the medicinal chemistry structures you can make the way which you want. So you can do the docking study. As of now, it is about 80% or 85% accuracy will be there. But of course, that is not sufficient. You have to at least 95% or 98% this thing. Now, what are the other aspects? So certain aspects of ADME is there, that artificial intelligence can be used. The other one is that, the prediction of toxicity, because that is last 20 years it is there, 25 years, because, though it is not called artificial intelligence, it was there. Because you will be able to predict a structure, whether it is going to be toxic or not. Now, in the last few years or in the future, connected to artificial intelligence, what all things you are expecting to come? I know expected that, in the area of drugs or biologics discovery.
So I guess the most important aspect of that question is the drug discovery process itself. We all know it takes anywhere from 8 to 10 to 12 to 15 years, depending upon the drug, depending upon what the disease state is. And the complexity of that is, it is a labor-intensive, expensive, and very complex process, because going from preclinical studies to phase 1, 2, 3 clinical studies, all of that takes a lot of very detailed investigation. And most of the problem is identifying the target and finding out from a complex array of molecules that you may look at from a combinatorial chemistry library or a natural products library, where you're looking at 50,000, 100,000 compounds to find one or two that would be effective. Bringing in artificial intelligence into that process, identifying an appropriate target for a specific disease, going into those libraries and identifying molecules that would dock, that would interact, and then taking that information into the drug discovery process, where you can go from the analytical aspects of these interactions all the way to how it would be absorbed, how it would be distributed, how it would be metabolized, and the specificity of those reactions, and then being able to very specifically pinpoint the effectiveness, the efficacy, and also the toxicity and so on. So being able to pinpoint what may be effective strategies, and being able to reduce the time involved, not take 8 to 10 years to discover a new drug, but also in terms of efficacy, in terms of the specificity, and bringing into the realm of possibility personalized medicine, and being able to very specifically bring about that kind of an effect.
Thank you. Now my next question is to Dr. Raju. The remote monitoring or remote diagnosis of a patient is very popular. What I understand is that artificial intelligence can be used in that one. And if it can be used, how, and how this can be developed?
Yeah, so with the advent of AI coming into picture, remote patient monitoring systems are quite popular now. It started in the West. because of the reason that healthcare costs are very high in the West. In Kerala, you can actually see a physician, say for like 300 rupees to 500 rupees. Meet your doctor, get a prescription, then get medicines, and you can visit him anytime. But the same thing in US would cost somewhere from $500 to $1,000, depending on the specialist, or even, you might even be able to see a specialist. Now, let's look at how chronic diseases work. Say someone has a diabetes, hypertension, dyslipidemia. In all these conditions, diet, exercise, physical activity, sleep patterns, these all have a lot of impact on the final outcome. So there are biomarkers which a diabetic patient will have to be monitored. For example, HbA1c, which is monitored every 3 months. Someone can do an FBS, PPBS to understand how things are monitoring. Now, how will I understand? Because two people here taking dosha, someone's sugar may spike up, but the other person's sugar will not spike up. So dosha can be used, like, again, going back to nutrigenomics by Dr. Srikumar. So it varies. So how do you personalize nutrition? How do you personalize medication to an extent you don't get sugar spikes, at the same time you also don't get into hypoglycemia? So for RMP to work, now there are new devices which are continuous glucose monitoring systems. Abbott has one of the best ones in the market. And I've also seen Dexcom, it's again an American company. So what is going to happen is, these are devices where your sugar levels are monitored every minute. And this can be connected to an app, and this app can kind of call your doctor if things are not moving properly. For example, you met your physician, and after a week, he understands that, oh, he's getting a spike after your lunch. So what are you eating? And in India, typically physicians don't have a clue about what's happening at home. They may advise you to eat more protein-rich food, less of carbohydrates, but the coaching and the behavioral part has to happen from the patient, and doctor doesn't have access to that. So RMP is needed if someone has any chronic conditions, and also for cancer patients. There's a lot of things to be done in between chemo. Patient goes through a lot of psychological, emotional. How do you cater to that? So holistically, RMP can be used for any conditions where a coach can help you in between healing, and the best medtech devices coming into market, it can talk to each other. For example, the Dexcom. So you have a CGM which will look at your blood sugar levels, and there's another system which is connected to the insulin pump, and it can automatically titrate. So your doctor remotely knows that, oh, now you're going into a hypoglycemia. So he can remotely titrate the dosing to fit to a lesser dosing so that you don't fall down. So those kind of things are there. Sleep apnea, for example, it's a huge problem, 15% incidence. A lot of patients have. And one of the key initiatives is lifestyle modification, reducing weight. At the same time, they have to go to CPAP and a lot of other interventions. And again, titrating, all those things can be done remotely. So I think it's going to add a lot of value, and it's going to expand immensely to other specialties too.
My next question is to Dr. Srikumar. Microbiome, whether it is gut microbiome, skin microbiome, or, microbiome in your body is very, very important. Then these are in very dynamic equilibrium. For example, with the skin, that, and every organism is like, interacting with a peptide so that neither it grows, but it is required also. On the other hand, the immunity goes down. These particular peptides down regulates, then that will become an infection. That's what suddenly some people can, skin itching and other things. The same thing is the case with the gastrointestinal tract, because for example, somebody can trigger diarrhea very quickly. Now, it is kind of, considered that gut microbiome or, any microbiome in the body is connected with your disease profile. And probably, I don't know whether it is 100% very clearly demonstrated. Probably it will demonstrate. The problem is that there is 10 raised to 13 different types of organisms are present, various types, and they are continuously with the gastrointestinal tract. It is interacting. And if you have to correlate or do something with artificial intelligence and gut microbiome or skin microbiome, what work can be done?
So as you rightly said, microbiome is now holding the key. So human microbiome is not. So the gut microbiome is our army. So it controls our immune system. So when they are not balanced, so what happens today? We are eating all processed food and lot of things. What happens is gut microbiome, gut microbes are going down. So instead of that, fungus is growing. So too much of fungus is coming in. So fungal microbes, microbiome is actually working there. So what happens now? Now the immunity goes into threat. So that is why we are always in the inflammatory mode. So what we can do is, especially with these microbes and microbiomes when they are in action, so we have to identify and grow. So research is already there. You already know that, okay, we are doing the fecal transplant. Fecal transplant is being done in a lot of research, even in Cochin they are doing. So it is actually being used for lot of conditions in the GI tract. But as we know that gut and brain is connected very easily, and so because of the gut brain axis, so we have to understand that lot of diseases that is coming in physically today is due to the absence or imbalance of these gut microbes. So as he rightly pointed out, especially Dr. Raj was telling, especially of CGM. I used to do the CGM, but I don't give drugs. I manipulate the CGM with food. Recently, one of my clients is saying some particular time the sugar is spiking up. So that means some bacteria or some gut microbe is not happy. So give the food. So I knew all his profile. So I said, okay, eat a boiled egg. Then that during this same particular time. So 2 times he is getting the sugar spike. And after eating that boiled egg, he can see that, okay, sugar spike has gone down and his diabetes is under control. So this is how it happens. So this is the one of the things in which remote controlling, so the patient can be anywhere, so you can give a ready-made answer, automated answer. And this microbiomes, actually the behavior can be very easily managed, can be adjusted or maybe read by most of the remote controlling applications that is coming in now. And AI has got a big role, especially because you have to comprehend everything and then you have to give it back. So it has got a very big impact on all metabolic disorders, all autoimmune disorders, and mostly it is diabetes and cancer. So every type of involvement, you should have the gut microbes and microbiome, and still lot to go, because it has still on a maybe you can say every day lot new microbes and microbiomes are being invented. So we know the behavior of the especially most of the DNA and RNA. And you have to give the most of the food that is probiotic rich food, especially which was there in the past, but nowadays we are not getting it. We are killing all the bacteria and eating it from the food. That is one of the reasons. So the nutrition has to come into a play, and the nutrient molecules, which should be, actually it should come as a bioactive nano nutrients, are already coming in. A lot of countries have already started manufacturing it. And that is applicable only through the doctors now. So it is a prescription only molecule that is coming as nutrient, which can be very easily managed most of these conditions. And I think it is fully on research now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And my next question is that 2 quick questions. One is that, I understand you are doing electro ECG. An algorithm you are making for patients who are admitted to, ICU, intensive care unit. And I didn't really understand that, what exactly, if you can just explain that. You're making an algorithm, people, and that ECG can be related to, apart from the cardiac diseases, something else. That is one thing. And I also understand that some drug discovery, probably some program you're making connected to in silico screening, mainly coming out with some candidate molecules or something. So these 2 things, what exactly in your place you are doing, rather than the science behind it?
Okay, so I think the monitor is showing some scary numbers.
That's
so I look at that and he's covering the 0, I think, right? Okay, so I think I'll just briefly explain it. So what we're doing is, We've got data that comes from ECG patches and ECG machines onto our server. And what we do is we basically take the patient monitoring data. We have a host of about 18 patient monitors that are constantly pumping data into the system. And we are analyzing the data to look at arrhythmia conditions. So even for some of the most advanced patient monitors, we have observed that there are many arrhythmia scenarios that are missed by the patient monitor itself. And this is post-occurrence. So what we are doing is we are building our AI engine and adapting it to a stage where we can predict the occurrence of an arrhythmia. Detecting an arrhythmia, flagging an arrhythmia on a patient monitor is challenging in itself. But what we're doing is we're going ahead of it and we're saying, how do we really predict the occurrence of an arrhythmia prior to it? And that's what we're doing. And we are interestingly correlating it to both the sleep-related studies that Dr. Raju spoke about, and we also have a CPAP machine that we have designed, which basically correlates that data. So you've got the ECG data, you've got the remote management of the doctor clinical profile of the CPAP machine, and you've got the data that's coming from the classical stream of medicine. So that's what we are correlating and understanding the occurrence of an arrhythmia prior to its incidence. So that's one thing that you do. That's the broad area of ECG. Of course, we do bring in a lot more data from a classical patient monitor, about 8 parameters that are all correlated to be done in a studied manner. Now, I'll just briefly go to the next part of it, which is the work that we are kind of involved in with you, which is basically to be able to look at how do you really adapt this AI engine now to be able to assist in the process of drug repurposing. I think drug discovery is what I think Dr. Bipin and I kind of explained in good detail, so I'll not go into that. But I think what we are looking at is more a very similar context, but in the purpose of drug discovery and repurposing rather. So the whole idea is how do you really create those pathways, how do you create the molecular structures, how do you use existing databases and then be able to use the AI engine to be able to repurpose a drug. And especially for rare diseases, rare occurrences of it, how do you really do that? So that's the correlation analysis we're doing. And the reason we are able to do that is because be it the ECG-based data analytics that we do or this, it is both signal driven, right? So the AI engine is common. Just one last sentence, and that is the way we do it is slightly different from the way the classical AI engine works, because our engine does not work on expert opinions. It does not start with crunching huge volumes of data. It's basically a real-time data analytics engine that we have developed. And that makes it so much easier because then you could do AI at the edge rather than depend on massive server farms to give you AI results. And that would make the process of drug repurposing even more efficient. But of course it works with the experts in the field like Dr. Ramchand and others, and then being able to apply the technology that we do. So AI always works in the context of, Bioconnect. We are only the technology arm of it. We understand servers, we understand, patterns, we understand meaning, but what that meaning is comes from clinicians and experts in genomics and, the domain, the domain experts. So that's a brief summary of what we do in both these areas.
Thank you very much. And just for understanding, especially for the student, drug repurposing is a big area now. Because, it has become very difficult for NC, new chemical industries to develop. So what many companies are doing is that existing pharmacophore. That means there are about 450 plus basic drug molecules or structures are there. Whether that can be used for some other different application. And a typical example I will tell you, aspirin originally was invented or identified, and that was used for a long time for pain management. That is about 200 to 400 milligram. Now it is 50 milligram is given. Very totally different target, totally different application, which is for platelet aggregation, mainly for cardiac people. So just for your understanding, since our time is up, we can ask few questions to please. Yeah, one or two questions. Yes, please. You can come here.
Good afternoon, sir. So I'm an AML student. So my question is very simple. So this is a very interdisciplinary field where we need clinicians, we need genomic experts, and we need AML engineers. So when it comes to students like us, so how is this field open to collaborations? Like you guys are the pioneers here. So we have been working on large language models, or we have been working on regression models, but we don't know where to take this. And as ma'am was saying, we were working on NGS-based sequencing, where we can use it to identify, which infectious diseases it is. But we are using open source NCBI databases or BLAST databases which are there. We don't have access to these exclusive databases. So what would you recommend as a student, like where should we look for collaborations? And out of curiosity, a follow-up question is the Kerala Genome Database going to be open sourced for everyone, or is it going to be an exclusive database? So there are two questions.
Dr. Raju can answer that.
Yeah, so on the first part of the question, again, as a student, you don't know the clinical implications, that you may be working on a project which you feel you're passionate about, but a lot of times the commercialization aspect may not be ready at this point in time. So you can actually collaborate with, I think most of them are like having their own companies here. So maybe there may be projects which would require interns to be hired. So working with them can be a huge opportunity. Second would be Sri Chitra Tirunal Hospital. They work on a lot of projects, I know. So again, connecting with some of the scientists here, I also met a couple of them yesterday. That can be one. But when you build something, what is important is on the clinical aspect, right? Because that may be something that you are lacking. At the same time, I as a clinician may not understand the AI part of it. So I require someone like you to tell me how I model the data, how do I train the model, the deep learning, CNN, etc. So that will be a win-win situation. On the KGDC side, currently we are trying to open it to all the life science institutes in Kerala, and we would initially keep it open to all the life science institutes within Kerala, but there will be login screenings which will happen to your institute. So if you are from the institute, you can access through the institutional login that will set it up. That's how it's going to be. Yeah.
So we are actually an AI-based startup. So we are especially focusing on the primary care using AI. So just on that aspect, as you said, so Kerala's genome data center. So on that aspect, so what are the help that you can do, or like what kind of collaboration, or how we can access those data in those aspects. So that's what, that would help us.
Yeah, we are in the process of setting it up. Currently, we are in the process of hardware procurement at this stage in time. Okay. So in the next 2 months, I would be announcing the grants. So that's more on the sequencing part. So if someone has a project which they want to submit, we have a scientific advisory board. Dr. Ramchandra is also part of that. So the committee will go through the proposal, and then they will decide to kind of use the grant for that project. So only the sequencing will be covered there. And we will open it up in the next stage. We will work with startups like yours, where you can also come to our portal and access the data. So it's in the early stages right now.
All right. Yeah, the last question and be quick.
Is there any spectroscopic and spectrometry data for the Ayurvedic that Ayurvedic molecules?
You are talking about, the phytochemicals which is from the plant extract.
Ayurvedic genomic data connected with that spectrometry.
Yeah, you are talking about LC-MS analysis, analyze that data? And how
NMR spectroscopy.
No, NMR and LC-MS is two different. NMR won't give any structures. If you want to do the identification of the structures, it has to be related to LC-MS. Extracted one. Suppose, if you want to identify the structures, some kind of decent understanding, it has to be LC-MS. NMR will not give any kind of this thing. You have to have a purified compound to have anything.
Yeah.
So whether that can be related to what? That data. That will come as the phenotype. So what is it connected to some kind of genotype?
Yeah.
I don't think people are thinking about that part at this point.
No, I have to compare with another spectroscopy. That's what I'm asking.
Oh,
So the other problem is that most Ayurvedic formulations, all Ayurvedic formulations are complex mixtures of several components, right?
Yeah.
And if you're looking at spectroscopy to understand the active entity in there,
Exactly.
that we are still a long way off. But being able to use AI to try and comprehend what may be
No, that
useful.
No, that AI that we are going to use that for that comparing with that another spectroscopy for that analyzing the same compound.
No, but as Dr. Ramchand said, spectroscopy would be for a purified molecule. Most Ayurvedic formulations are complex mixtures. So you cannot really get to that level of detail, right?
No, purified compounds
Unless
for
you
the
go to the
existing spectrometry or spectroscopy.
Yeah,
yes.
But till you break down that complex mixture, which is an Ayurvedic formulation, and arrive at the conclusion that this is the active entity in that Ayurvedic formulation that is responsible for the therapeutic effect, going into spectroscopy would be meaningless, at least in my opinion.
Now, what we feel is that the thing is...
Sorry to interrupt. So since we are running short of time, I say that this can continue like one-to-one. Okay. Yeah. So I thank all our panelists and our dear moderator for delving on this hot topic. And I do realize that it's now the era of proteogenomics, and we have to integrate AI for becoming more productive and flawless in future. So I look forward how India and especially Kerala contribute to this field. So the honor, may I now call upon Dr. Raj Shirumala, Mission Director, NDM BIRAC, to give a memento to Dr. Ramchand. Yeah.
You already got one.
You can share with somebody. Yeah. Dr. Ramchand, you may please give all the mementos to our distinct panelists.
Technology and a spirit of entrepreneurship. So today's address will give us a deeper insight into strategies, challenges and future possibilities within Kerala's landscape.
To deliver this special address, it's my honor to call upon Sri Anupambika, the CEO of Kerala Startup Mission. Sri Anupambika brings over 26 years of industry experience with deep expertise in international sales and marketing, policy making, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and life sciences. He has a strong entrepreneurial spirit, having co-founded several technology startups, and is proficient in ideation and entrepreneurship. Prior to this role as CEO of Kesum, Sri Anup was the CEO of GenPro Research, a biotech firm, and Kriara Solutions, I hope I have pronounced right, a clinical data management company where he worked for 12 years. He holds an engineering degree and completed his postgraduate studies in computational biology and bioinformatics from the University of Kerala. His early career saw him as a design engineer in General Electric in Bangalore, followed by roles in Lucent Technologies in Boston and as project leader in Nortel Networks and project manager at Telika in the US. With his vast experience, Sri Anup now represents the Kerala Knowledge Economy Mission and Kerala State Planning Board. In addition to this work in technology and entrepreneurship, Sri Anup is an art enthusiast and served as a patron of Nadana, the art and cultural forum of IT companies in Kerala. So we welcome Sri Anup for deliver his talk.
Well, while they are loading the presentation. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a fantastic session the last few days. Okay, it is. I'll remove this. Table is fine? Table is fine? All right. So let me just introduce myself. My name is Anup Ambika. I'm the CEO of Kerala Startup Mission. How many of you have heard about Kerala Startup Mission? Okay, pretty much, I hope. Yeah, thank you. But for people who doesn't know, let me just give you an idea of what the organization does to begin with. We are a nodal agency, a mission that has been set up by Government of Kerala to promote entrepreneurship and innovation in the state of Kerala. We have been sector agnostic. We have been working on all sectors for the last several years. That is, the formal, I would say, constitution of Kerala Startup Mission happened in 2016. And from 2016 till today, we have been doing work in all sectors. And one of the exercises that we have been doing in the recent past is trying to identify some sectors where Kerala has got traditional advantages in. And we have, selected 5 sectors. One is food and agriculture. One is renewable energy. One is animation, visual effects, gaming, and communications because of the art and talent that we have. One is space tech, and the last but not the least, and probably the first one is healthcare and life sciences. So we are setting up an emerging technology hub wherein we want to do some futuristic work on healthcare and life sciences. What is the futuristic work? We don't know. I'm not the expert here, but I've got a lot of experts, including Dr. Ramchandran, Sam Santosh, and Dr. Nair, who's helping us in this pursuit. But let me give you a brief of startup mission per se. So this is a slide that I use. For people who are from outside the state, you should come visit again and again. Why? Because Kerala is good to come, right? It's a beautiful place. You have got everything. You have the beaches, the backwaters, the mountains, the forests, whatnot. So we call it the startup paradise. Anyway, while they do that, let me just explain. So this is the journey, and the last year, that is 2023, based on the work that we have done in 2022, we have been awarded as the best performer in the entire country, the best startup ecosystem of the entire country. Government of India had given us that that award last time, and this was the journey from 2006 when it started. This doesn't work, or? Okay. All right, so, no, it's not still. Okay. So this is the general numbers when it comes to the ecosystem. Today, we have around 5,700 plus startups that has been registered from the state. There are 4 accelerators, 63 incubators, 500 plus mini incubators, around 57,000 jobs created. We have a 300 crore fund of fund that we have established. We have given 5,500 crore in VC and angel funding. We have built up infrastructure around 10 lakh square foot, and we have disbursed innovation grants worth of 30 crore. This is a brief snapshot on what we have done. No, this doesn't work. Okay. So this is how we try to do it. We try to inspire people. We try to educate people on entrepreneurship. We have created Fab Labs, Future Labs, Idea Challenges, etc., where we let people come and play. We have incubators where people can come and launch their companies. We have accelerator programs where we could grow your company, and then we have impact programs wherein we create fund of funds and help you scale. So my primary problem, I don't know whether I want to call it a problem or not, or area of concern, is that how many who are sitting here have started a company? I know that you're all life sciences people. Okay, still not a bad number. I would say around 20-30% of the people who are sitting in the room have started their own companies, which is good. Yes, of course. The problem that I see when it comes to life sciences or biotechnology is that the regular path that people take is you do your MSc, you do your PhD, and then you do your postdoc. You either go abroad or you get into teaching or research and continue doing that. The appetite for starting an enterprise has not been really great when compared to a software sector. I don't know why is that. Maybe it's a long term. Deepu here, who's a PhD, tells me that it's a long-term process. It takes probably 5 to 10 years before you could build a reasonable enterprise. That could be one of the reasons. Or probably nobody is telling you that you could start a company. So I want to give you an example of some of the people who have ventured in, not students. I was actually sitting in there is a review program. We have an R&D fund for 30 lakhs that we give out to researchers whose research has got translational potential, which means that if somebody is there in Sri Chitra and you want to pick it up and convert that into a product, we will supplement the researcher with 30 lakhs of research and development fund. And I was sitting in a review panel of that R&D fund. So there is a company called 64 Codone. How many of you have heard about it? Dr. Ramchand, obviously, because he was talking to them last week. Nobody has heard about, you have, yes. It's started by 3 doctors and 1 engineer. And primarily they were into the business of a biobank, if I remember right. You know, they store the specimens and then I don't know what they do with it. But the last week's presentation was more in lines of developing a predictive model. So immunotherapy is getting traction. I don't know in India yet, but at least in US, a lot of people have started using immunotherapy. Immunotherapy can be extremely expensive. And for a person to decide whether, there is a positive outcome that you can expect out of that immunotherapy is a difficult task. They said that any biomarker test will only give you 40% efficacy. At least that was a claim that they made. So they wanted to build a predictive model which will give around 80% efficacy using the images and other medical data. Combine the medical data as well as the images, and then they'll build a predictive model which will give efficacy of immunotherapy on a particular patient with 80% accuracy. Now that's a problem that only practitioners will find out. And we have been, Padma sir and us, we have been walking around and through the state and trying to sensitize among medical doctors about what they could do, right? Oftentimes there is this problem of the researcher actually developing a problem, taking it to the end customer, and the customer do not even wanting to look at it because it has not been developed in consultation with the end customer. So these are some of the problems that we have seen, and we can only solve it, from startup mission perspective, there are only three things that we can provide you, right? One is infrastructure, one is investment, and one is business development. So what do we do in terms of investment? Let me tell you, because to start with, you need capital. So what do you do? If you have an idea that you believe can be converted into a company, has got a potential, a revenue potential, then we will give you grants up to 15 lakhs. It is called innovation or scale-up grant, which you can apply to, and an expert committee will review your idea, and then based on that, we will be able to disburse around 15 lakhs worth of innovation grant. Now, once that is done, and if there is enough research potential in your idea, and you want to continue your research, then we will give you 30 lakhs worth of R&D grant. Once that is also done, and if you want to go for a Series A funding, we have created what is called a fund of funds, wherein Kerala Startup Mission themselves have become a limited partner in some of the selected venture capital funds. And the mandate of those venture capital funds is to invest into companies which is registered in Kerala. So far we have disbursed around 300 crores worth of funds into the fund of funds, which means that a reasonable amount of capital is available for anybody who wants to come and set up shop in Kerala. So if you're a startup or if you're a researcher who's seriously considering coming and setting up shop in Kerala, and if you're looking for capital, we might be able to help in terms of the innovation grant, in terms of the R&D grant, and in terms of the fund of funds. These are the three ways in which we will be able to help you. The second thing is infra. I mean, I don't need to tell you about the infrastructure, the research infrastructure that is available in Kerala. If you look at Trivandrum itself, you have got the Rajiv Gandhi Center for Biotechnology, you have got the Institute of Virology, Dr. Srikumar is around. We now have the Kerala Medical Technology Consortium, which will be able to guide you through this entire process. We have the Life Science Park, where you will be able to come and set up shop. And on top of all that, Kerala Startup Mission has tied up with Rajiv Gandhi Center for Biotechnology in creating what is called a BioNest, which is a DBT-funded incubator, not based in Trivandrum, but based out of Cochin. And Dr. Ambadi, I'm sure some of you might have met in the last few days, is the CEO of that BioNest, and we are seriously revamping that facility and trying to get you, the infrastructure that you require. So that is for investment, infra, and business development. We actually help you to go to international conferences and present your research or present your product, right? And the first time trip is free. We usually work with the foreign delegations in getting you good rates. We will form delegations. We will take you to places. And all these things are being done as part of the Kerala Startup Mission's business development activities. So these are the three areas in which we are working together on. What I suggest each one of you to do is tell the youngsters and yourself if you have not seriously started to think about a company, start thinking about it. And if money is going to be a problem, or infra is going to be a problem, or mentorship is going to be a problem, or business development is going to be a problem, we might be able to actually handhold you through that entire process. And Kerala probably provides the best research ecosystem that can support you, whether it be oncology, immunology, virology, medical devices, whatnot. We will be able to support you with that. And with that few words, I think I'm not going to go through that entire presentation because it will be a bit boring. But I'll be happy to answer any questions if you have. I'm going to stick around for some more time. And I think my 15 minutes must be up now. Thank you so much for listening in. And yeah, any questions, we'll be happy.
Thank you, Sri Anup Ambika, for delivering such an informative and interactive presentation on Kerala Ecosystem Startup. So may I take this moment to invite Sri V.A. George, Chairman Tejo Engineering Limited, to kindly come forward and present a memento to Sri Anup Ambika for his invaluable sights and contributions today. Please join us in honoring Sri Anup Ambika for his remarkable contribution today. Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving into the final panel discussion of this scientific session entitled Decoding Kerala as a Destination for Investment. Just give us a couple of minutes so that we can arrange the stage for this panel discussion. So Kerala has become an exciting and promising hub for investors, and this session aims to explore the potential and strategies that can drive further investments into the state. For the pivotal discussion, we are joined by a remarkable panel of experts who bring diverse insights from investment banking, private equity and venture capital, and we are well versed in identifying key investment opportunities.
So without further delay, let me introduce our esteemed panelists. We have Sri Virendra P. Pandey, MD and Head, Healthcare and Life Sciences Investment Banking, Sri Ketan Chawla, Associate Director, Afroma Capital India, Sri Narendra Bandhari, General Partner, C Fund, and Sri Suraj Nair, Assistant Vice President, Angur Capital. And to moderate this session, we have Sri V.A. George, Chairman, Tejo Engineering Limited. I now invite all the panelists and moderators, please come forward and join us on stage.
It's my honor to introduce our esteemed moderator for this session, Mr. V.A. George. Mr. George is the Executive Chairman of Tejo Engineering Limited in Chennai and brings with him a wealth of experience in the corporate world spanning over 4 decades. A mechanical engineer with a postgraduate diploma in management, he also holds a board director diploma with distinction from the International Institute of Management Development in Switzerland, as well as a corporate director certificate from Harvard Business School. He is a fellow of both All India Management Association and the Institute of Directors. Throughout his career, he has held senior management position in both the public and private sectors and currently serves on multiple boards. He has also been the chairman of the Equipment Leasing Association of India and has taught at several prestigious management institutions, including SLRI Jamshedpur and the Loyola Institute of Business Administration in Chennai. Most recently, in November 2023, Mr. George was elected as one of the founding directors of the board community by IMD, Global Board Center in Switzerland. Please join us in welcoming Mr. V.A. George to moderate this discussion and guide us through. Thank you, sir.
Good evening. A famous orator was once asked, please tell the most difficult thing in your life in the ascending order of difficulty. So he paused for some time and said, to climb a mountain which is leaning towards you, I think is very difficult. Little more thinking, he said, to kiss someone who is leaning away from you is further more difficult. But he said, the most difficult one is to address a 2-day conference in the last session and to chair the panel. I haven't tried the first two so far, but when I stand here, I think what he said is true. I am delighted to be here. The place I did my college education some 40 years back. It brings a lot of memories of younger days. And this is the second time I am here. I really appreciate the kind of progress Kerala has made in terms of supporting entrepreneurs, especially in terms of infrastructure that comes in. And the ease of doing business, I understand we got the first place in India. Most welcome. When I was discussing with my fellow panelists, some of them said, we tell countries like Gujarat, Maharashtra and Tamil Nadu to go to Kerala, and no, most satisfying to hear. But still we have a long way to go to become a destination of first choice for entrepreneurs. Now, in this panel discussion, the structure we follow is that I'll just introduce my panelists for a minute each. Then they will talk about their funds. Today, this time, luckily, we have 2 funds with specialists from life sciences itself. So they will talk about their funds, and then we will have a few questions, how they invest, how they find a project viable, etc. And then I'll open it to the floor for discussion, and we will conclude exactly on time. So let me start, and I have Virendra here on the right extreme. Virendra, I got him only day before yesterday. He was traveling. Thank you very much for the last minute agreeing. He's the Managing Director and Head Healthcare and Life Sciences Spark Capital Investment Banking. He is based out of Bombay. He has 25 years of investment banking experience across private equity, mergers and acquisition and capital market deals. MA and PE deals aggregating US $3.5 billion across various sectors such as healthcare, life sciences, financial services and consumer products. Have experience over a decade in healthcare and life science sector, led and managed a number of deals like Surya Hospital, Aster DM Healthcare, Fortis Healthcare, HCG, Thyrocare, Corona Remedies, West Coast Pharma, etc., etc. Prior to joining Spark 8 years ago, worked with JM Financial as Executive Director in the healthcare and consumer team with JM Morgan Stanley as Vice President. And next comes Ketan. Ketan is on the board where I am also an independent director. Ketan is the Associate Director of Affirma Capital, one of the leading private equity globally, I can say, and he has over 10 years of financial service experience across private equity investments and banking. At Affirma, Ketan is responsible for evaluating investment opportunities across sectors and portfolio management. Prior to joining Affirma, he has worked with JM Financial Limited and was a part of JM Financial Private Equity Platform for 60 years. And he looks at life cycle investments in financial services, consumer, healthcare, and industrials. Prior to JM, he has worked in other private equity firms and logistic investment platforms. He is, apart from being a graduate of science and also a postgraduate in business administration, he holds an MBA in finance from Symbiosis Institute of Business Management, Ketan Chawla. And next, of course, is Narendra Bhandari. Bhandari, I met here today. We had a long conversation with an engineering background, electronics, and it comes from his community, and we belonging to a community where business is like 24/7. Bhandari, though electronics engineer, a computer engineer, has gone into investments and has become an expert today. And I'm very happy his firm is associated already with Kerala Life Science Mission, and some funds Kerala has invested into there. So they are already having a close collaboration. He is the general partner of C Fund, a prominent venture capital firm specializing in early stage investments. With a robust background in finance and investment strategy, he has played a pivotal role in shaping C Fund's portfolio and guiding startups towards growth and success. Before that, he was in very strategic and notable financial institutions, bringing in wealth experience in deal structuring and market analysis. He holds a strong position of technology innovation and actively mentors entrepreneurs to navigate the complexities of scaling their business. I'm very happy these panelists are here not just to talk here, but we had a morning session from 10 to 1 where they have evaluated about 8 projects, and true mentors are here. So it is not only they can guide you. I have suggested to your CEO to restructure the program so that the concluding day we should close few deals rather than getting them into discussion stage. I hope next year onwards that will happen. And I'm very happy to introduce Narendra in that context. And we have again the panel Suraj Nair. Suraj is Assistant Vice President at Ankur Capital. He was all ready to come here, but I got in touch with him day before yesterday evening. So thank you very much again, Suraj. And he's in the Deep Science Investment team at Ankur Capital and has a master's degree in biotechnology and has close to 8 years experience spanning across biopharma, consulting and venture capital. So morning they have seen our projects, and to me, I'm not a specialist in life science. I found you entrepreneurs have done wonderful job, very good potential. The projects doesn't need huge capital investment, but they can touch the lives of many. I think the way the screening has been done, the mentoring has been done is extremely good. So let us listen to them. They will discuss with you one-on-one and take it forward. I'll be the happiest when some deals get closed. With these introductory remarks, now we will request each one of them to speak about 1 or 2 minutes on their funds and how they look at projects. So we'll start with Virendra.
Thank you. Thank you, George. Thank you for the introduction. Like he mentioned, I lead the healthcare and life sciences at Spark Capital and have seen healthcare and life sciences sector evolve in last 10, 12 years. And I think what we have seen, especially in the last couple of years, is sort of investors doubling down on Kerala. And we don't know the exact reasons, but perhaps Kerala as an investment story, I guess, hitherto was unknown to the rest of, or lesser known to the rest of the country, and people thought that this was a difficult place to do business, and there were hearsays which were not entirely accurate. We have seen a lot of interest in 3 or 4 sectors. One is, of course, healthcare hospitals, where we've seen a lot of activity. The second one is, when you talk of healthcare delivery, the wellness combined, the holistic wellness. It's not only, your traditional Ayurveda, it is the scientific-based, integrated healthcare, which significant investment is going into Kerala. And within this, Kerala is also got the potential to become a very strong center for medical value travel. The kind of services and the kind of cost that Kerala affords is very, very impressive. And I think we have seen some numbers, and there is medical value travel potential not only from countries outside India, but from within India. Medical devices, Kerala has got some scaled up companies and a very good ecosystem. And finally, I would say the contract research space, where, I have been hearing, and I think it's been validated in the conference in the last couple of days, is Kerala has a very strong research ecosystem. And with kind of, perhaps I think manufacturing is not that strong, and large-scale manufacturing is not one of Kerala's strengths. But I think on the contract research side, given the Biosecure Act, etc., there is a tailwind for Indian companies. So that could be another interesting sector. So these would be my 3 or 4 picks. And in addition to, of course, a lot of innovative companies which George mentioned, where especially a lot of work is happening on the innovative devices side. So maybe I'll pause.
Thank you. I am Ketan Chawla. I'm part of Affirma Capital. Just a background on Affirma Capital. It's an independent emerging market private equity platform headquartered out of Singapore. We are present across multiple markets, including India, Southeast Asia, Korea, among others. We typically provide growth capital and partner with mid-market companies and work very closely with them in the next phase of growth. From our perspective, we look at investments across sectors, and healthcare is obviously one of the core sectors that we also evaluate. And I think over the past few years, we've been seeing broad-based opportunities coming out of Kerala in terms of companies. A few years back, when we used to get opportunities out of Kerala, they'd mostly be NBFCs or lending companies, which eventually, then you started getting a lot more food processing opportunities. And now we're getting a lot more research-driven opportunities, nutraceuticals, healthcare, life sciences as well. So I think now the next wave of opportunities which we are seeing are more related to research, robotics, life sciences, nutraceuticals. And I think those are some key areas that we are also continuously evaluating. I'll just take a pause there and hand the mic to my other participant.
Thank you. I represent C Fund. I'm one of the 3 general partners over there. Just give you some very quick numbers in terms of our association with Kerala. So on a lighter side, minus the holidays, I've visited Kerala in the last 1 year more than I have in the last 10 years, I think, combined. And this doesn't include holidays or any other entertainment, right? So this is clearly all, business. That's one. Second, I can talk about the opportunities and what we see, but before that, I should tell you what we have actually done in Kerala. These are completed investments. So we have 8 companies out of 18 or 19 now, which have a Kerala base and Kerala registration, right? Which we have invested and have, are holding for the last, 3 to 4 years, depending on when was the last investment made. How many of you here may have heard of a company called Gen Robotics? There you go. Quite a few. So, they are probably one of the more well-known investments. They do a pretty good job of marketing themselves. They do work in the robotics space. In fact, 3 weeks ago I was here, less than 3 weeks ago I was here in Trivandrum, in their office on a Saturday afternoon, where the entire city was on a holiday, but their robotics research team was at it, cracking some lab movement, arm movement and the intricacies of that. So that's just one example. We've got fintech companies, FinSolve, Fido, we've got Is Going Online, we've got an EdTech, People First, then we've got more of a robotics company focused on the port logistics. So we have a spectrum, 8 companies out of 18 or 19, depending on how you count it. Then we've come back into second round in at least, 4 of those companies, and we're evaluating doing more. So I'll just leave it at that. Our interest in Kerala is a little bit more than just tourism or good words. We have actually completed these investments, and we're definitely here to stay. We'll talk more about, how business, how it has been doing business here.
Yeah, I don't think I actually need to mention my association with Kerala. I think everyone would just sort of understand that. I was born here. I didn't actually grow up here in Kerala, but now we are back. So, I actually, I'm from Thrissur. So not, I guess, like a few 100 kilometers from here. Yeah, so I think as a firm, I think we have had a long association with KSUM at least. I mean, we've been visiting and been a part of KSUM's program for quite some time. So one of our partners, Krishnan, he keeps traveling to Kerala, and I think we've had a long association with KSUM, right? And I think I remember visiting Kalmasheri KSUM, I think a couple of years back, very close to the time that I actually entered the venture capital industry. So I come from a science research kind of a background, used to work in the lab. And the moment I joined VC, one of the first visits was to Kalmasheri, and there I actually saw like what was being built, right? And obviously I sort of felt like the healthcare life sciences was sort of muted, at least that time period. There was a lot more work happening on the electronics side, and I actually visited the electronics lab that was being developed over there. So, with all the 3D bioprinting and, CNC machines and all that stuff. So there's a lot of work going on the electronics, AI kind of stuff. It's good to see the life sciences park also sort of starting to do a lot more work and inviting, investors, sort of having these conversations. I think this is a good early sign, and I see a lot more conversations like this will help sort of shape the thought process around how, what does it mean to build a scalable company. And I think we all sort of work in silos right now. I think it's good to have these conversations and sort of bring minds together. As a fund, we've been around for close to a decade now. So we started back in 2013-14. And today we are a $50 million fund, close deploying $50 million in the Indian ecosystem, and now raising a $100 million fund as we speak. And for us, the idea has always been to invest in two broad themes. One is what we call as deep sciences, where we are looking at R&D-led innovations, so innovations that come from a lot of R&D research from the labs, and we try and invest to get those products into the market, right? That sort of forms like the core of one part of the investment theme, which is what I also do at the fund. So like George sir mentioned, I come from background in biotech, so I sort of take care of the life sciences, healthcare investments at the firm. Apart from that, we do invest into non-deep sciences startups, which sort of includes a lot of digital health, supply chain kind of companies as well. But overall, I think the reason for me being here is, of course, the fact that I would like to see more life sciences, healthcare sort of work happen, right? We have brilliant universities and colleges out here in the state. And I think a lot of work that's happening inside the labs in the universities, I think can definitely see the light of day. And if as an investor we can contribute in that, I think I'll be glad to do that.
Thank you. Thank you all for the brief description about your funds. Now, to make this really meaningful for our participants, I would request each one of you, how do you go through the process of evaluating? Now, I can see the audience, most of them are people who have done, like whom we met in the morning, or in the process of thinking about projects, starting up. So I think it's a valuable opportunity for them to understand how do you approach, so that understanding will help them to prepare themselves for their plan without wasting much time as far as finance is concerned. Can we start with Virendra, please?
So the evaluation is, I don't think there is while I think a few generic things apply to all business evaluations, but I believe, it's largely a function of the sector. So for example, if you are evaluating a healthcare services company, the matrix will be very different. A medical device company would be very different, and a pharma and a research-oriented company will be very different. I think a few things that investors are focused on. The one is, how how the new product or service is solving a pain point and what is the size of the market, and then how the product is different. And it's not only sufficient to mention that it's different. I mean, if you have done studies, clinical trials, have done some work, some KOLs can talk about it. I think those things are important because, everybody can, people can just turn up and say that their product is different, and it might indeed be different, but, you just need a little bit of backing or evidence. So that's the first thing. Second is, what's your unit model? What's your value proposition unit model? And third is, how do you sort of scale it up? And the scale up is a function of, again, different stages. I mean, initially, obviously, you were trying to get the product off the blocks. Beyond that, I think as you get into subsequent rounds of funding, I think people would want to see a large enough scale up to create liquidity and return for the investors. So I would say that, I mean, there's no one sort of frame, but I mean, a few things like differentiation, unit model, and scale up potential are important at all stages. And then, at different stages of funding, different factors become important. So maybe, I'll just pause there and maybe.
Thanks, Virendra. So I won't repeat some of the points that he's mentioned. I'll just add to it. So I think a few more things that are important in addition to size of the market, the profitability profile of the business. I think especially when you're backing small to mid-market companies, the quality of the management team is very important, both the quality of the founders as well as the breadth of the management team. Because the business needs to be not dependent just on one or two key individuals, but there has to be breadth across. I think in addition to the quality of the management team, I think growth, again, it's a function of different stages, but if you're generally looking at small to mid-market companies, you would want to back a business model where you can see the growth is exponential rather than linear, and that growth can come sustainably from the cash flows that the business generates. Typically, if the growth is coming as a function of because you have to go incur capex or invest in projects one after the other, that kind of growth is something that is not sustainable and is not sticky. And I think one other point that is very critical is the exitability of the business, right? At some point, whoever is building a company would look for some liquidity. So it needs to be a business model that can have various alternatives for exitability and not just one or two options. So I think a combination of all these factors is what helps us, in addition to what Virendra mentioned, in determining different companies. And then across sectors, there are different metrics. If you talk about healthcare, there'll be a different set of metrics. If you talk about food processing or agriculture companies, there are different metrics that we look at. But the broad underlying theme is common across the companies.
I'll again try not to repeat any of the stuff. A couple of things. One is it's definitely sector dependent. In some technologies, it is like a 5-day test match. You have to wait for the result at the end of the 5th day. And in some sectors, it is a T20 match, right? I mean, where you can get the results and the return very quickly. We are more of a test match investor. We look at technologies which will take a while. Not because we want to take it a while, but these are things which take a while to develop and for the market to develop. And that's also reflected in some ways in our existing portfolio. The other thing amongst all the things which was said is we're also a little selfish and lazy in terms of looking for tailwinds, right? See, I am running in that direction, but who else is running in that direction so that if I get stuck, somebody else is there behind me to take me forward. I'm just giving a very sort of a crudish analogy, but essentially, is there market and financial momentum both in that sector or in that market? Some businesses are fantastic, but there seems to be no financial momentum to go back those businesses. It sounds unscientific, but it's just practical to be careful as an early stage investor to not jump into a direction which doesn't seem to have other financial momentum from medium-sized or larger investors. So that's also a filter for us amongst everything which was said, market size, founding team, cash flow, viability, all those things. We always look at that, right? So who else is looking at this? Who else is dedicated capital in that space? What other sector funds are there, etc. And that's it's a very selfish objective, because we have to make sure more capital comes in for the business to grow, and we want to make sure there's enough runway for the founders to be able to grow. One other thing which I would add to everything which was said is strategic sectors and geopolitics have been a new variable, at least in the Indian context, in the last, I would say, 2 to 3 years, right? The notion of things which need to be done in India, or the whole Make in India, has taken a different meaning, and it is, I would say, in many cases, guiding investment decisions. A little risky because things may change, but that seems to be the flavor, at least over the last few years, and likely to continue. And in that context also, the backing is important. Now, if you're going to make it here, who's going to buy it? If it's 2x expensive, then if I can get it from a neighboring country, quickly, efficiently, predictably, and cost efficiently also. So that's another consideration which is new in the very Indian context, which if I was sitting in Silicon Valley, they're like, what the hell's wrong with you, right? This is not even a factor. I mean, just focus on the business, founders, viability, etc., etc. Here and now, I think across the globe, geopolitics is definitely playing one angle. So yeah, let me leave it at that, and then we'll come back.
Okay. So I think one thing that we need to sort of differentiate is the fact that there are different kinds of investors. I think and this is a challenge that most of us face when we try and understand what an investor means and what an investor is looking out for. First thing to define is what kind of investor are we looking out for. So I'm going to talk about being a venture capital investor, right? And that is very, very different from what other asset classes that are available in the market today, right? So you take banks, you take debt investments, you take angel investments, and then there's private equity, and then there's venture capital. So these are all different kinds of asset classes, right? Why they are different, how they're different? It's basically the risk profiles that you take and the rewards that you expect out of it, right? As venture capital investors, our idea is always to invest into technology, right? New technology development, validating those technologies and getting those technologies into market. That's the bottom line of what a true ideal venture capital investment is supposed to do, right? Now, when we are taking that level of a risk, right? So, the expected rewards are really high for us, right? So the one thing that, I would definitely suggest everyone to try and understand is the fact that venture capital works on a very different, model. We like to call it power law or, hockey stick kind of a model or whatever. But the bottom line and the easy way to explain it is, if you put 10 rupees in stock markets today, you make some money. If you put 10 rupees into, a company which has already grown and sort of already scaled, you make some money out of it. But if you put that 10 rupees in a company which is starting out, the risks are much higher, and what you would ideally want to expect is a much higher return out of it. That's the bottom line of how any venture capital model actually works, right? And so when we try and look at companies, the objective is to figure out if we put any money into this company, can it give us the kind of exponential returns that we're looking out for, right? What does that mean? In simple terms, that means whatever you're trying to build, the technology that you're trying to build has to be really, steps above what is out there in the market today, right? So if there is an existing technology, whatever thing that you're trying to build has to be really much, much better than what's out there in the market today, right? Because that is the only differential that will sort of keep a startup on a different scale compared to other companies that are already out there in the market. So that's the bottom line here, right? So when you're trying to build a new startup, a new product, a new technology, you really have to understand how differentiated that technology is going to be. How do you get there? First step is to understand the problem statement correctly and in as much depth as possible, right? That's one thing I always suggest all the startups. First thing is, if you look at the problem, you have to understand the problem statement in as much detail, as much depth as possible, right? So understand the nuances of it. You have to go and meet, hundreds of people in that particular market, understand what exactly is the challenge that we are solving. So any problem you take, there's always a 30,000 feet and you can say, oh, okay, climate change is a problem. Okay. Growing food is a problem, like consumption is a problem. But when you actually drill down, when you talk to people, you can get to the nuances of what that problem statement is. And once you understand that, the depth of your solution or the differentiation in the product actually will come from there. So one of the things that I personally always look out for when I talk to the founders is what's the depth of problem statement that they have, right? From there on, the conversation goes into, to solve this very specific problem statement, what is the product being developed? When you develop a product like that, you create an asset, right? You create a patent, you create a portfolio of patents, which helps you protect the technology. And that is the real asset that eventually will help us get that exponential return that we're talking about, right? So yeah, as deep technology investors, we definitely want to look at technologies where we see huge differentiation vis-a-vis the gold standard that's available in the market today. And that's what we've done all through the investments, especially around deep sciences, healthcare, life sciences. What we've done, it's always been about technology differentiation, highly protectable technology that we can invest into. So I'll probably stop there, and then I'm pretty sure audience will have a lot more questions.
Thank you very much for giving an insight into how you evaluate the project on a broad terms. Now, I think we will get questions from the participants now, because I have presumed certain things they have asked. Now the floor is open for all of you. I think those who wants to, I think, can somebody get a microphone? Middle, you can go forward, please. Could you please stand up so we can recognize?
Okay.
Okay.
So my question is to any one of you. So what is how much importance you give to your exit strategy, and what's the timeline you generally look into when you exit from that particular company, and how you want to exit?
Okay.
Sure. So, see, it always depends upon, fund to fund, like the life cycle. So every fund will have a life cycle. It's like a mutual fund, there will be some time lock-in period. Similarly, any VC fund has a lock-in period. So typically for us, it will be like, say, 10 years time period, and we have to return the money to our investors within that time frame, basically. How the exit looks like, it all depends on the quality of companies that you put money into and the kind of exits that they will give. But typically it's like a 10-year time period, and you would want to ideally close the fund, which means give back your investors the money within that time period. So 10 years, 8 to 10 years is what the time period would be.
Just add one more thing. There are, like Suraj mentioned, there are multiple types of funds. There are some folks who have what is called impact funds, right, which may or may not have a pressure on timeline or return type of metrics. But for us, exit strategy is as important as asking the CEO, are you going to make profit? It's really as simple as that. I mean, that's something which we have to constantly, be aware. And obviously, when we're making, investment decisions, it's sort of mentally programmed in our investment note that what are the scenarios in which, this can move forward and create an exit. Timelines, I think, already was answered.
I think from our perspective also, exit is one of the most important criteria when we evaluate any investment opportunity. From a timeline perspective, 4 to 7 years is roughly the holding period that we look at, and it can vary plus minus 1 to 2 years depending upon the type of company. But I think as founders, the founders should be more concerned about building a sustainable and enduring business. With the depth in the market increasing over time, now there are multiple opportunities even for VC private equity investors, which can be either through a continuation fund or through a secondary sale to another fund. If the underlying business is performing well, I think exitability is a function of the business performing well. As long as that is happening, exitability will happen.
I think we are mostly covered.
Same thing. Okay, now before coming to that, let me add one comment. I think from an entrepreneur's point of view, please don't five years, 10. Am I right? The passion of the entrepreneur for that particular business to be a lifelong relationship, not an affair but a marriage kind of a thing with that particular business. That doesn't mean we should not move out. Naturally we have to, but when we start, think of long term. And that commitment, they evaluate very well. But the fund will have definite plans to exit. As they mentioned, if you do the business well, there are hundreds of options to get out. No, there will be investors coming in, running into you, buy from someone else. But if you think I will do something short term, exit, it has happened in technology firms. Some are even struggling now, and some venture capitals and equity funds have burned their money. It is still being burned by players. That will not happen. Please don't look at that short term view. Look at solid projects. Have a plan for lifelong, that will, and make it successful. Exit will be as an outcome of that, multiple options. And in 99% you will not exit because it is doing very well. It's a much for them, but for a business that should not be a concern. That's my point. Okay, next. Yeah, I will come to you afterwards. Yes, please.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening.
Investor may invest in a startup and also a micro, a small or a medium enterprise. And also maybe on a technology and maybe on an innovation. Keen to understand how you do valuation. And also, you may be investing in a startup, small, medium enterprises. What is the percentage of success? Keen to understand.
Anyone would like to take? Yeah. Okay, you start, Virendra.
So I think in terms of, again, it's a function of, suppose it's a new product, right? I think a very innovative device, and I'm sort of, speaking from a life sciences lens, or a very innovative, differentiated drug that you're doing. Something that has a long investment phase and then a binary outcome, right? Generally, what we have seen is funds in India, the ecosystem for investing in such ventures is still evolving, right? So you need to have some sort of a business plan and some sort of a probabilistic estimate of success. It can't be a binary event. We just need a different kind of capital for that. Now, coming to your second question on, what is the success rate of startups? I think it's sort of, by its very nature, these startup, the earlier the stage, the more risky the investment becomes. So when funds sort of look at these companies, they budget for certain kind of mortality, right? Despite the best efforts, despite all the evaluation parameters that are mentioned here, having the best management teams, things can go wrong. And I think that's the sort of game of entrepreneurship. I would say that, just as it happens in drug discovery, only 10% of the molecules sort of reach phase 3, and then even smaller percentage get to sort of commercialization. Likewise, it happens if you're starting really early, seed stage to complete mature enterprise conversion. I think it's a low percentage, right? And I think the investors sort of budget for that. That's the reason why my fellow panelists mentioned that the expectation of return is also high, because you have to also budget for write-offs.
You can take this.
Just one quick point. As a founder, actually as an investor, when we see as ventures not making it to the next mark, a lot of it is linked to execution, right? What was thought through, what was promised, and you're not being able to execute to it. As deep tech investors, sometimes the technology doesn't make it, but then smart founders will pivot and get to the next milestone. So I'm not sure I would worry, at least from a founder's perspective, worry too much about what percentage succeed, what percentage fail, and these are all newspaper metrics which are interesting to talk about. I would really get people to focus on execution and leave all this noise out. Just get to execution, get to work, get things done. That should be the focus. Yeah, I don't know why founders discuss valuation so much, but that's a separate problem. We'll have a discussion separately. Just execution will get you all these things. Just disciplined execution. And sometimes the tech doesn't work. Fundamentally, the tech doesn't work. As the molecule example was given. The smartest founders, even the average smart founders, will figure out a way to pivot and get to the next milestone. So it's all about execution. Just stay focused on that.
Yeah, yes, please.
My question is primarily addressed to Suraj, but comments from others are also welcome. It's about the term you used, protectable technology. That's important. So I wish I can hear a little bit more from you, because sometimes the differentiator is something, for example, an algorithm, which is the whole USP, which is not patentable, easily patentable, unless it is bundled with the hardware. So you have to, I think from my limited knowledge, means you have to keep it as a trade secret or something like that. So this is the context I wish to, what do you think about that when you said protectable?
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good question, right? So in the field of AI, it is definitely a challenge, right? Because algorithms usually are not patentable. What we have seen is founders sort of circumvent that by multiple ways, right? I mean, one of the things that I've seen in some cases is, to say, take like an AI diagnostics kind of a company, right? What they usually do is, the software pieces of it remain like a copyright, but overall, the final kit, the product that you make out of it, that overall thing sort of becomes like the patentable asset, right? So there are ways in which people, like founders, have navigated that challenge. Algorithm patenting is definitely not possible. There are other examples, like for example, biomarkers in itself can't be patented, right? Because they are found natural in nature, so they can't be patented. So then what you do is you create a product out of it, and that product at the end of it becomes like the protectable asset, and you keep the algorithm, the details of the algorithm as a trade secret, right? That way that remains protectable, right? In many other cases, what happens is, like for example, formulations, right? That's a very tricky area, right? So when you actually file for a patent for a formulation, you would ideally not want to disclose details of, concentrations of each of these molecules that go in and things like that. So I would say you hire a good lawyer and make sure that you're not disclosing everything around the patent. When I say protectable patents, right? So the idea is it's not just about filing like one patent and leaving room for people to navigate or circumvent that patent and then come up with a competitive technology. The idea is to make sure that that patent remains that patent or the group of patent that you'll have will remain relevant for a good time period, right? So that's the idea here. It's not just about filing for a patent and having a patent like, published patent and the investor will come in and start it. That's not the idea.
Something like not easily replicable.
Absolutely. So the idea is always to create enough barriers for entry for other people, right? And so when you file a patent, when you file a group of patents, what you are essentially creating is creating barriers of entry for your competition so that you remain relevant for the longer period. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, please.
I come from IIT Palakkad. So how do you see the institutional investors sitting on the cap table? As an investor, when a startup comes to you, taking a seed fund from IIT Palakkad or any other TBIs, how do you see institutions sitting there, and what kind of, legal, the clauses would be kind of acceptable to you, or something that investor wouldn't want to see. So this has been a point of debate at multiple places. So just want to know, how do you think about it?
I mean, I can give my experience, right, just based on like the different incubators that I've interacted with from universities. So university associated incubators. I think typically what I've seen is, so let's say equity is one of the parameters. So we've seen single digit equity holdings by a lot of incubators, right? So I think that has been comfortable enough for us, at least. I don't know about others, but single digit equity holding is comfortable because I think it's also a factor of what's the kind of support that is being provided and all that. There are different models actually, right, that I've seen. So in some models where, the incubator is renting out a space, right, so and you pay like a rental fee, right, so then you sort of negotiate between what's the rental amount and the equity. So in some cases where if the incubator doesn't want to take a rental fee, you're straight up charging like a equity, right? Sometimes it could also be convertible notes that come in. But anywhere in single digit equity conversion also is, I think, fine for investor like us. And my experience has been 5 to 8% is what typically I've seen.
It's non-dilute, like a dilution of that.
Yeah, 5 to 8% equity in the company I've seen. Yeah, so that's equity, share. And that I think that's my experience. That's been like a standard across most of the incubators that I've interacted with. If that's the only equity is the only question that you have, or okay, sure, yeah.
Just quick one point to that is, what I would recommend many of the academicians, is the institutions, is stick to your strength. So what happens is, one is the ratio, I mean, what stake you take. The other thing is agreements, right? You end up creating agreements which either you will not have the patience in the future to go work on, or write clauses around hiring and founder rights and things which are not even an area of expertise. You may not be of interest in the future. You won't have the patience to respond on time, which will essentially slow down founders, right? And future investors, because that's something which I would recommend early stage agreements to be very careful, which is stick to your area of strength, technology, value which you provide, connections which you will create, protectability discussions, right? And leave some of these other things. I mean, you can have some guardrails, but not clause into the startup so that they can't, grow and, make decisions faster.
I think the other point, very important, is the transfer of patents, That's actually has always been such a big challenge because I don't know, for some reason, obviously, if a product is being built inside a university, obviously the patent is owned by the university, and when a startup if you were spinning off a startup from there, obviously the transfer of patent has to happen. That has always been a big challenge, right? Because universities want to have, whatever interest, long-term interest in the transfer of patent and whatever commercial value can come out of the patent, and that becomes a huge challenge because, you always negotiate for percentage of royalty and things like that. So it just becomes a very big challenge dealing with that. And I think as investors, the easier it is, the lesser stakeholders to deal with, especially on the core technology piece, the easier our lives become, right? Because that's what we are betting on. And we would ideally want things to be very, very clear when it comes to transfer of patents, whether it's exclusive or not. I've seen a lot of cases where one lab and multiple startups coming out of it, right? Then that's a big mess, right? Because then it's like, it's all coming from the same place, similar sort of ideas or similar work that is being done, but multiple startups are coming out of it. So that way there's a lot of complications that get built in. So clarity on that is also, I feel, is very important.
So thank you all. Time is up, and it's always blinking, telling us to wind it up. It was a very good discussion. Just few thoughts. We have good investment bankers here who can fund you, who can handhold you to become successful promoters. Touch base with them. This is only the beginning of the day. All those who are presented in the morning can have individual interactions with them. What is their feedback? Collect it, modify your project, adapt it. And then resilience is the one word I would request all those entrepreneurs who are presented in the morning. Life has never been straightforward. No, we cannot fit into. Do you know HDFC, which is called to be the best bank in India today, their initial public offering was undersubscribed. So all outstanding institutions will go through various challenges. At that time, if the promoters have said this is not going to happen, what would have happened? So it is working against disappointments. There will be hurdles, overcoming hurdles. This is what makes an entrepreneur. And as Bandari said, pivot around. When you have an issue, it's not this or that. There are so many areas in between. I think geopolitical, all concerns have been mentioned. The learning for us should be, we should be agile. We cannot have a plan for 5 years, 10 years, old day strategy all gone. Because the environment is changing so fast. Are you swift in taking action? Are you an agile person? Can you adapt to situations and be successful? This is the key. And I wish all of you all the very best, and would like to see us outstanding entrepreneurs being the success stories of future Bioconnect. Let's give a outstanding ovation to Virendra, Narendra, and Ketan, and of course Suraj. Thank you all.
Appreciation. Now, I request Sri V.A. Jones to kindly honor our panelists with a memento as a token of our deep gratitude for their valuable contributions in today's discussion.
Ladies and gentlemen, with this we have come to the end of the scientific sessions. On behalf of the organizing committee, we are thankful for your active participation, thought-provoking questions and valuable discussions. Your collective presence contributed to the vibrant and intellectually stimulating atmosphere of this event. To deliver the concluding remark, I call upon Dr. Sunita Chandran, Senior Manager CLIP, on stage. Over to you, Sunita.
Warm good evening to one and all. So I am just here to showcase you, a visual recap of what happened in these 2 days. So please sit back and relax, and we would really like to showcase what impact Bioconnect 2.0 had in these 2 days. Can we have the video, please? Thank you so much, each one of you, for making this happen. It is indeed a pleasure for us to have you all here. Now moving for the official concluding ceremony. I request Dr. Praveen, CEO of CLIP, to please come forward.
Good evening all. So we have a Power Pack 2-day sessions. So we are initiating the concluding sessions. So before that, we have a startup pitching competition going on. A session was going on from the morning onwards. So around from 75 startup in association with Kerala Startup Mission, we picked up around 8 startup for these sessions, and they are being evaluated for the their assessment potential for investment, and that was led by Sri V.A. George. To have a few more details regarding the session and the assessment evaluation, I invite Sri V.A. George to have more words in this regard. Just a few minutes, he's coming. I think we can play. So please, so have a more words on the.
In the morning, as I mentioned, we had 8 entrepreneurs. They made presentations to the investors team, and generally we felt the quality is very good, and we could see that mentoring happening, and it's very gratifying that these entrepreneurs have been trained, but at the same time it needs little more fine-tuning, which I mentioned to Dr. Praveen. What happens is all our technology specialists, our focus is on technology. But when it comes to funding, the finance side has to be looked into a little more detail. General observation, I want to mention to all of you that I want 4 crores, I want 5 crores, I want 1.5. See, we have to make a case. And that case has to be built in very clearly. What is our investment? Why we need this money? We have to have a breakup of that. What is our investment? You have to match the sources and uses of funds. Then the most important thing is that if we invest this, what is our cash flow? Some of the projects are, with a little guidance, I think easily you will get funding. That's my feeling. Because, we have to project. Some of you have already started selling on Amazon. Some have been selling. Some have already started marketing. Some have tie-ups with hospitals. So all this we have to just project, make it a realistic projection, and then go forward. I'm sure most of you will get funding. And on the whole, compared to last year, if you look at as a group, this portfolio of proposals are superior to last year's. But the proof of the pudding is in eating. Unless they get funding, the results will not come. So I would request the entrepreneurs as well as the organizers here to continue the follow-up, because the investors have thousands of investment opportunities. You do not know the kind of difficulty to get them here for one day. And we have got the right stream here. You individually, you can contact them. They have shown interest. And at the same time, intensely follow up so that, your funding proposal will be met. And I'm very happy to tell, out of those projects selected, we will be giving as a token of appreciation, a memento to all those. And may I request you will read out the name? Okay. You can. Dr. Praveen will announce and we will be giving the floor.
Yeah. So, for inviting them for the startup appreciation session, I invite former DSC Secretary, Professor Ramaswamy. And also I would like to invite the startups which are being undergone the startup session today. Heka Medicals, NextGen SM Technology Private Limited, N Products Private Limited, Bio Ayurvedic Naturals Private Limited, Ruculix Private Limited, Green On Native Foods Private Limited. So Heka Medicals.
Already Sri V. A. George said that we have gone a lot way ahead from last year's conference. And already our Honorable Minister has mentioned that this will be an annual affair, and next year we will be meeting again here on October 8th, 9th, 10th. And only one thing to comment regarding that, I would like to record Dr. Krishnayala, that we should be coming up with one product, or we should make find a solution to one issue that is pressing at national or international level in the next 2-3 years. So I hope all the companies who have attended this event will work towards that, and will be able to make the mark of Kerala in this field of life sciences. So thank you everyone, and thank you for coming, and all the very best, and we'll meet again next year. Thank you.
Just
One more thing, we'll be having a global investors meet in Cochin on February 21 and 22, 2025. So I invite everyone for that event as well. Thank you.
So on concluding, for every event we will have the vote of thanks. So on behalf of Kerala Life Science Industries Park and for the Bioconnect event team, I express my sincere thanks to Honorable CM Shri Pinarayi Vijayan for graciously inaugurating the event, Industries Minister Shri P. Rajiv, Health Minister Shri Veena George, Srimati Veena George, Dr. Krishna Ila, who was the chief guest of this event, Principal Secretary Industries Shri Muhammad Anish, IAS, MD KSIDC Shri Harikishore IAS, Executive Director Shri Harikrishnan IRTS, Board of Directors Kerala Life Science Industries Park, Dr. Ramchand, Shri Padma Kumar, and the sponsors, SBI. No, before that, the panelists and speakers who are given gracious enough to come over here and have their valuable inputs and added more meaning to this business conclave to a next level. And thank you. And sponsors who are generously supported for our event, SBI, KMTC, Regional Passport Office, IndusInd Bank, Federal Bank, and our ecosystem partners, Kerala Startup Mission and ABLE. In fact, Kerala Startup Mission has generously supported for our event. Thank you. And our institutional partners, exhibitions from across the globe. And to add on, we have around 400 plus participants from across the globe. We have participation from US, UK, Japan, Vietnam, and Germany. And to all the delegates who have come over here, the special invitees, and the government officials who have all attended for the event. And there's my special thanks to Dr. Kamaliga and Rabina, who are all already supported for the event. The media partners, and to the Maitri team, who are generously, patiently working us along with and addressing each and every questions for the past 4 to 5 months. Maitri team, the media partners, especially TC Rajesh and Prabodh, Hayat, the venue partner Hayat, and the kids team. You have done a very good job relieving half of our headache. In fact, they have done a very excellent job. And to our parent organization, KSIDC, and to my team, especially I would like to invite my team. Without them, this would not have happened. Especially, they are actually the face behind this event. I would like to invite Dr. Sunita. She is in charge of our Kerala Life Science Industries Park Business Division. Jerry, he is in charge of our Infrastructure Division. Sitara, she is in charge of our Legal Division. Mr. Binaf, Accounts. And to my team, my CEO of his team, Srivas. In fact, he coordinates all my day-to-day activities. Srijit, Lal, Anand, Pramod, Shamnath. In fact, Shamnath was dealing with all the government-related matters. Dakintu. So we are a very small team, and we are a very new team. So this is my team reading my mind and executing things. So without this team, this would not have happened. So my sincere and heartfelt thanks. So hoping to see you all again for next year by October. I hope all of you will be joining again for next year as well by October first week. We welcome you all for Bioconnect 3.0. Thank you all.
guitar.